Everybody, it's Unstoppable Stiletzi today, and we got to cast a game stream again. It's been a while since we done one of these. It's going to be pretty fun overall to do some games with you once again. You know, I was just waiting for the games to come in and trickle in enough to the point that we could get a full stream going. You know, I think it's better for us to get a full stream of games instead of just maybe an hour or two of fun. You know, that's just at least the way I look at it. So let's just share the stream quickly with everybody, and let's get down into it right after that, right? I don't know how many we'll get into, because for some reason the past 2 days, everybody started going like crazy, like, I want to upload my stuff, so, yeah, should be fun, definitely. Hopefully you're all enjoying your time in Age of Mythology Immortal Pillars right now. That was a pretty good DLC they did. I know some people aren't too happy with it because of the whole World's Edge issue with Age of Empires 3, but, you know, regardless of what World's Edge does, I still like Age of Mythology, and that's not going to change my opinion on that particular game, you know. Anybody can do what they want to, pretty much, but, you get what I'm saying, right? Most definitely. So how are you all doing? Good? Very good. It's kind of an interesting enigma with your brain. Basically, I'm trying to type into a text box while also trying to talk at the same time, and it's almost like I'm using two neural pathways at the same time to communicate, and it's like, ooh, this is pretty interesting. Yeah, most definitely. Definitely. I'm going to try pinging the chorizo server this time. Seemed to work good last time, honestly, so maybe we'll get some luck again here. Yeah, the more viewers we can get on these streams, the better. Because other people can certainly look at the matches too and give me their opinions on what they did as well. So it's not just me yapping away my opinions on the games. Certainly. Most definitely. I'm probably not going to go down there just yet. Maybe here. Maybe here I'll do something. Then I'll go up. Trying to use some precision where possible. Where else? Where else we sharing the stream with? Let me see here. Because the next fun part's going to be downloading all the games, because we got so many of them. Pretty much, yeah. No, we got some big Soprano YouTube subscribers joining us this week to look at some of our games. Well, at least my games that I uploaded the other day, so that was a nice little surprise, you know. And I mean, hey, if they want to try out Age of Empires 3, try a new game, get good at, I think that'll help them out a lot with their stuff, so that would definitely be pretty good. 100%. Big time. Yeah. Because here's the thing, with all the craziness going on with determining who's gonna add new content to AoE3 in the future and stuff, it'd be good if we could get the player base up and get more people interested. No matter where they start from, you know. Yeah, so I'm always willing to do that. Where else? Where else? ¿Dónde está? Oh, I'll try the Sunburrows this time. I know I talked the other day to Dorito and I said, you know what would be a great idea so we don't get all the World's Edge, anti-World's Edge people angry? Let's put some Wolf streams on there. They'll definitely like that, since it's probably like the farthest thing you could think of from World's Edge, because It's kind of like the Old Testament of Age of Empires 3 in a way, like the true old school stuff, pretty much. Yeah, and where else? Definitely the Aegis server would be good. Big time. I'm just happy to do casting again. It's been a while, It's good to get back into the swing of things. If you don't do it for a long time, you'll sort of lose your skills with the talking. So you have to practice it, because practice makes perfect in most skills in life, as you know. So you have to keep doing it. Keep it up, Obviously, to do that, you need material, though. So it is what it is. Ooh. Yep. Alright, so now we have to download all these games now. We got a lot of them to do, so I'll just count them off to you. Let's start from the top and go down. So we're starting with the Ungurs ones, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're at siete right now. Siete. 8. 8. And let's see where else we are at. 9, right? 9. Dios. Scroll down. We got 11, 12, 13. Where else are we at? Go down further. We got 14. Then we got 15, 16, 17. Don't know how many we'll get through, but we'll try. 18. And then we got 19. And then we got 20. And then go 21. Alright, so 21 as of right now. Frankly, that's probably as much as we're going to get through, If we can get through them all, that'll be swell. But if not, we'll just pick whichever ones we can't do off on the following week. Provide I have enough to do that one. So, yeah. I'm going to name these Ungurs ones differently so we know what they actually are, People should always be renaming their record files appropriately so I can figure out what they are, but no fear, I will do Ungurs 1, Ungurs 2, Ungurs 3, and Ungurs 4. Yeah, I'll do that. Just so we know what we're doing. And then we'll get right into the reason why you're all here. I'm going to cast some Wars of Liberty, teach you a bunch of stuff, show you some strategies that they're doing. Get down to what you probably should be doing in Wars of Liberty if you're not already, Ungurs is a real expert at Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty. He's actually probably one of the best players we got in the mod of all time. Even better than me in Cap, and that says a lot. If you're that good, you gotta be really good to beat me in Cap pretty consistently, At least when it's a 1v1, If it's a 2v1, then watch out for me. I can do some Korean stuff that you won't like. But when it's a straight-up 1v1, then I gotta watch out for those Ungurs strats because they're super-duper strong and OP. Wars of Liberty, save game folder, and I'm gonna paste all these recordings in, and then we can get started. Thankfully, I recall the Ungurs ones are the first ones in the list, so we'll just start off with those right away. And we'll get started now. So that's good. Awesome. Let's do these right now. See, one person came so far. Always don't feel like you're a stranger. You can always come in and say hi, ask me how I'm doing. Obviously, I'm going to take doing the casting part priority first, so give me a little bit of time to reach you in your questions and everything. I'll definitely answer them at some point. So, yeah, because I feel like some people wait for me to answer, and they're like, "Oh, this guy isn't even paying attention to me," and it's like, no, I'm taking the casting as priority number 1, and then once the match is over, then I start dabbling through it. Unless it's a boring match, if if it's making me like snore and stuff, yeah, I'll check chat. But if it's a really intriguing match where there's a lot going on and a lot to study, then I will definitely make that my top priority, usually. So, alright, so here we have Ungurs 1, and it looks like there's about 4 games here that we can go through. This should be a really neat one. These are all in patch 1.1.2b, so we don't have to worry about version issues or anything, which is great. We had that issue last time. Thankfully now we don't have to worry about. So, yeah, let's see where we are first, you know. We're on Woludo. The big map, it looks like a fish fin. Yeah. And you start with the canoe as well in the water over here. So if you want to get cheeky and do some ambush tactics with this thing, go for it. You also get a little island here too with some berries, a mine, and some trees, and a treasure. So, and some cows. You know. You got milk? Yep, that island's got milk. So that's a really good place to go if you need milk. Yeah, 100%. And then you get a little trade route that would technically be the bone of the fish, I think. And then these little Cherokee natives here, too. Alright, so let's get started now and see what this match is all about. So we got Ungurs in the top with the Mapuche, and down below we got Senor Viringo with the Incas. In this particular matchup, I would say it's about 50-50. Yeah, at least in the early game. I think as you get towards the late game, Inca becomes a little bit more dangerous as they continue to amass more economy and more huamacas. Because here's the interesting dilemma between Mapuche and Inca. The main star of the Mapuche civ in early game is the Trengalath. The Trengalath, as you know, is a assault unit, thus a heavy cavalry that has multipliers against infantry, but on the other hand, you got the Huamaca, which is a spearman, and has strong multipliers against cavalry, including heavy cavalry. So really, it's a weird situation where both units counter each other at the same time because of multipliers and tags. It's really a rare interaction, so it's going to have to be a pretty interesting show of if this will go in Inca's favor or Mapuche's favor. As of right now, though, Viringo is mostly focused on a mix of coin and food economy. He's not doing this because he's trying to get hunting dogs. He's doing it because the Inca's coin and food research costs are flipped, which means in age 1 to 2, the Inca age-up options will cost coin and not food. So that's why he's sticking some of these vills onto the mine over here, the tin mine. Because what we found out over time, over the years, is you actually need to have some Inca villages on mining to actually be able to age up appropriately on time. So that's why he is dedicating about 3 vills and likely others to this tin mine. Is because he does not want to fall behind in age up. Especially going up against Ungurs. Ungurs is likely going to go with the messenger, I would assume, knowing his past history as this civ, and then he's going to rush out of the gate. So Viringo really needs to work hard here to make sure he can keep up, or else he'll fall behind rather quickly. Yeah. As of right now, though, things are pretty basic. I would say check the deck with Mapuche, but oh yeah, Mapuche doesn't get any decks, right? They get access to all their cards through their war chiefs, right? So he has all the villager and the crate cards. This one has all the military, infantry, and artillery ones. This one has all the infrastructure stuff like fencing school and tower improvements and all that, and native stuff. She has the eco stuff, and he has all the support cards, like all the native support cards, renegade cards, all those. And then from this guy, there is a card where you can get a cavalry war chief as well that has cavalry specific cards. So about 6 different war chiefs, all with their own set of cards that you can, research from their UI over here for one shipment, and sometimes a bit of a coin cost too, just like a regular homesea. The longer the game goes on, the more cards you get to get, which means basically you don't have to sacrifice anything with the Mapuche. You can send units, you can send crates, you can send upgrades. The world is your oyster when you're the Mapuche when it comes to deck. Literally anything flies. Going with the messenger as predicted, going for a quick attack. That's usually the best way to do Mapuche, especially in this matchup. It's very important to do that. And before you do anything, it's good to get the Mapuche scouting party from the town center, that Big Bun technology, because it gives you some pretty strong units here. The Mawadanches. The Mawadanches are not your average unit. They are a hybrid between a musketeer and a skirmisher. At range, they deal large amounts of hack damage, about 30, to units with a multiplier of 2 against heavy infantry and 1.5 against maneuver or light cavalry. So really good against muskets at range, and then in melee, it's got the same amount of damage, but multipliers against dragoons once again, and also hussars, or scout units. Does not have multipliers against assault units, so if you're running heavy cavalry, that's usually going to be a really good way to deal with these. So if these become too hectic, Viringo could potentially get some Manco horsemen, big buns, out of his town center to sort of save the day for him. So we're going to have to see what Viringo does with that. He could also overrun them with the Huamacas, perhaps, since they don't have any hack armor. So they can be overwhelmed pretty easily if you're not careful. But yeah, it should be interesting either way. Most definitely. I have done these 1v1s against Viringo before, Mapuche versus Inca, and they always go 50-50. Sometimes I can get the upper edge, sometimes he does. So this is going to be really hard here for Ungurs, at least initially, to get going. Focusing on the treasures. This girl, by the way, has some pretty powerful abilities, as you can see here. Look at what happened to that poor little bear over there. He actually got sent to the Lake of Fire down below, actually. Yeah. Because apparently, this is one of the few units left in the game that can use the Condemned to Hell ability as their range attack. So basically, it instantly destroys the unit, and, you know, you see the little fire effects. It's basically like the Explorer's normal ability, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, so what's going on now? Sending about 5 villagers from the, not the home city, but the home war chief over here. Focusing on vills, that's pretty good. You can see here, this is the coin over here, so it looks like he went for a naked fast fortress or a naked FF. Likely to get some strong H3 shipments, which I think is pretty good. These Mawadanches are just here to stall him some time right now, because he knows that Viringo is going to spam Huamacazam, so he's buying himself as much time as possible. And the best way he can do that is move these Mawadanches around the map, target any loose villagers Viringo has, and if the Huamacas do start getting a bit aggressive, he does have a chance to take out as many of them as possible. But in this case, what's really good for Ungurs is that Viringo has not attacked yet, which means very likely he's going to get to keep these into age 3. And these units do Shadow Tech with each age up, which means once he gets to age 3, they will gain a veteran upgrade for free, becoming even stronger, right? And the main way that you get more of these, there's 2 methods. You can use the one-time big buns from the town center. It's the way to get some pretty big masses of them, and if you don't mind getting littler masses of them, you can get some smaller groups of them from the military war chief right here, including infinite shipment that gives you just one. So once it gets to that point, it's usually not advised to keep going with them, but sometimes you might see that be used if you have nothing better to send, I guess. Yeah. Yep, gonna harass this ville. Ooh, just barely survived that. Wow. Unbelievable. Look at the pressure. Look at how annoying he's being with these things. That's what you like to see right there. Does take out a ville too, so Viringo did take a bit of pain from that situation. Big time. Viringo is instead taking the stay in H2 and military defense route. He's going to spam Huamacas. This is because the Huamaca is the strongest unit in the Inca's military. If you can group these in large masses, you can take out endless structures with them. And to boot, he's got the canoe from the Wadmelo map, which means he doesn't even have to go in from the front end. He can sneak up over here and drop these off probably on this beach over here and start attacking his Ruka and stuff with their really insane siege. Now, I don't know if he... Yep, it looks like he is. I mean, here he goes. He's going in the canoe. Unfortunately, can't fit them all in. The carry capacity on these canoes are rather small because, well, they're a canoe. I mean, can you imagine trying to sit inside of a little canoe with that with 20 men on top of you and stuff? It doesn't sound too pleasant, you know? Doesn't sound too pleasant at all trying to fit into that little boat over there. So, yeah, basically he's going to park up on his beach up there and try to maybe snipe one of his houses at least. And maybe get a vill or two. I don't know how that's going to go, but we'll see. Right now, sending 700 food and getting tracking. Tracking is the first hunting upgrade that the Ungurs can get, pretty much. So, yep, probably trying to go to H3 as well. Really is going to want those Manco horseman shipments to deal with the Mawadanches. Yep, pretty much. Really good tanky unit. Kind of like a Cavfract almost. Oh, he's going to park it down here. Okay. Now, that's probably the safest option because I can't guarantee how far this town center's anti-ship attack goes, and you definitely wouldn't want to see that happen, right? Yeah, pretty much. Huamaka's going right for the meaty, juicy steak of the town center. I believe he can get this done. It looks like he has the sufficient numbers. And Ungurs actually had his Mawadanches down here, so he wasn't able to properly respond to that. Right, so TC is about half done. Can it be finished off, though, in time? I think it can. It's like the little train that could. I think I can. I think this town center will go down. And it will, yep, Viringo's even moving Huamaka's into the Mawadanche's direction to mess their targeting up, too, which is really smart. So, TC is almost down. It goes down. Wow. That was a really good move there by Viringo. Also, he rushed him with some Huamaka's here as well, doing quite a bit of damage to these Mawadanches. At this point, though, I would say probably you want to mass up another big group of them and then go after these Mawadanches next. See, with the Mawadanches, it's better to nip them in the bud earlier rather than later before they get into too big of a mass. Once they get into a huge mass, they become really impossible to deal with. If you deal with them early when they're in a small little group of 3 or in this little group of 7, hey, it's fine. You know, it's not a big deal. Yeah. So basically, the sooner you deal with them, the better. Now, this is going to be pretty harmful as well. He's mixing in with the Tralcatufes. The Tralcatufes are a high hit point skirmisher. So, basically, really tanky skirm. They have a lot of hit points. It's going to be hard for Huamaka's to necessarily take those down. So Viringo really needs a solution here right now for that. So what does he have in the deck? He's got 8 Huamaka, 10 Bolas Warrior, and what's his agent, by the way? The Sun Warrior. So he will get about, I think it's 4 or 6 free Bolas Warriors there. So we'll have a bit of defense with that as well. Seems to already have his 6 Bolas Warriors over here right now. Yep. He's actually going to take some of his vills, I believe, into that canoe. And perhaps even move them over here. Yeah. Very smart move, because you just don't know what's going to happen here on the front lines. Yeah, this could be really hectic very quickly. Unfortunately, right now, it just doesn't have the defense at home to deal with these high stat units here, both the Mawadanche and the Tralcatufe. These things are very hard-hitting units on their own, and when they're mixed together like this, all the infantry solutions Viringo keeps trying to throw at the problem is not going to work. Yeah, so what would he want to do here? Probably he would want to ship in probably the 8 Huamakas. It's your best bet right now. He's got some more Bolas Warriors to work with too. Frankly, I think you should look again at this deck and make sure you have some Manco horseman shipments here. The 3 Manco horseman shipment at least, because 3 Manco horsemen plus 2 would have fixed this situation for you. Because you don't have those cards. You're looking at a GG there. At least it seems like it. I mean, obviously Viringo could try to go on a little bit more down here since he is eating up that mine. But who knows how long that's going to last. You know what I mean? He's actually going to take more of his vills into the canoe and try to move them across now. But here's the problem. Lad up here also has a canoe because that's what the map does. It gives everybody a free canoe. So, I mean, you only got so much time to put together some sort of defensive building to snipe his canoe as it's trying to land. And there's certainly nothing stopping Ungurs from putting down the dock and sending a huge barrage of more canoes at you since he's a Native American civ. Actually, the dock is actually coming down right now over here, so he's already preparing for that possibility, you know, just in case all the units aren't here, as he's looking at his score right now and realizing, hey, wait a second, where is everybody? Oh yeah, that's right, there's the little land piece over there, so I might need an amphibious assault to go deal with that, right? So yeah, pretty much. And then it looks like he might try to move some of these up into over here now, right? Oh wow, look at this. Very clever move by Ungurs. Because he's the Mapuche and he has all the possible cards at his disposal, he decided to send a shipment of canoes from his war chief shipment. So he shipped in about, it looks like about 5 canoes. Is that right? Not bad. Put him one step ahead in the game, to the point that he doesn't have to worry about, you know, how much wood is he on right now? Just curious. He is on about almost, yeah, he's got quite a bit of wood, and he's actually starting to make some more canoes too. So he's getting ready to go for that amphibious attack here. Does he have the units though in these canoes, or is he just trying to assert control right now? Yeah, I think he's just going to move in and try to harass him with these canoes for now. Does have to mind the Tombo here. This is a tower, so it... Well, from the looks of it, it actually doesn't have an anti-ship attack. Is that right? It does not have an anti-ship attack. It does not. So, what do you do here exactly? And how much damage does it do against boats? It does not do that much damage against boats. So this is a fact that I actually didn't even know about the Incas. I'm learning something today too. I sort of had the assumption that these towers actually had an anti-ship attack because most of them do. Looks like these ones do not. So I mean, Viringo was actually in a really bad situation here. He kind of sent these vills almost to their deaths in a way, pretty much. And yep, here's the units too. He's got more Mauadanches there, and then he's got some of the Coeltulincos. The Coeltulincos are a assault unit, so they're almost reminiscent of the Spanish Lancers that you see in the 5th edition. So a hand attack against infantry, some pretty good hit points, but these ones have hand armor though, so they're really good at like fighting pikemen and musketeers. They're really specialists in that. And in general, any unit with the assault tag is great for fighting musketeers and pikemen in particular. I mean, they can still fight skirms and artillery rather well, but they get the added perk of fighting muskets too, as well as other units in melee. They're more melee oriented, whereas hussars and things we classify as scout are going to be better at like tanking bullets and cannonballs and things like that. So just figured I'd point that out to you, really. Alright, so where are we at with the post game here? In general, it looks like Ungurs definitely got the better score in resources and military. Yep, just got way more done with these high value units. Traucatufe and Mauadanche included. Yeah, I think probably Viringo should have just masked the Huamacas a bit more at home, or at least made sure that he could. Because here's the thing. His age 3, if we want to look back at his age 3 home city, he had a pretty meager hand in his age 3. He may as well have just stayed in age 2 and just got a big army of spearmen. That's what I think. You know, and he definitely had plenty of late game cards here to just sit back and turtle around in age 2 for a while, to at least make sure he could go toe to toe with his opponent. So, Probably wasn't a perfect solution, but I think it was a better one, definitely. Definitely was a much better one than the one we saw here. That's one win for Ungurs, it looks like. And it looks like we got some viewers here. What is Gringo Lonely talking? Good night, Gringo. Oh, yeah, so you're going to bed, Rommel? You're going to bed at 5:30 in the afternoon? Oh, yeah. Well, that's what the time is here. It's almost about 6 p.m., pretty much, in my time zone. So, got a long night ahead of me of these castings to do. We are going into game number 2 now. Let me pull these up right now. And we got Ungurs number 2. If you want to see these castings done in Espanol, Jeff Argento actually did the Ungurs ones yesterday, but he didn't do any of the ones below that, though. So everything after the Ungurs matches is going to be totally new organic material from me in terms of the recordings and everything. Just thought I'd point that out. Game number 2. Are these all going to be Viringo versus Ungurs, or is it going to be Ungurs versus other people? I don't know. Good question. It looks like this might be a Viringo versus Ungurs series, actually. So we'll have to definitely keep score of this one. Looks like right here we are on Cascade Range, and Ungurs is running the Swedes, and Viringo is running the Inca. Cascade Range is a pretty wide open map on the land. You do get Klamath and Nuka natives on here, but no trade routes. So, yeah, which I don't think would make a huge difference here, since both civs involved are not really trade route civs per se. Also, you do have a bit of fishing here if you want to go for that sort of thing. I mean, it's probably a bit more up Sweden's alley, personally, because they get that really good King Oscar sardine card, maybe for booming, but we'll see, though. We'll see. Let's get started right now with the match and see where we go from here. So this time, we're going to be seeing Ungurs Sweden. And I can tell you something personal about this. I have dealt with Ungurs Sweden in 1v1 before. Yeah, my Korea versus his Sweden. He's got a really good Sweden. Like, Ungurs has a really good understanding of the Civ and how to deploy quickly with the Bevrangars. You know, he gets set up very quickly with his barracks, his torp, and he knows the balance of training out of the barracks and then when to send an allotment of Bevrangars afterwards. So, I mean, Viringo's going to have his work cut out for him here playing as the Inca. His biggest problem is going to be dealing with the kiting potential of the Bevrangars, since the Bevrangars have a pretty good movement speed, you know? One of the most dangerous aspects of the Huamaca of the Inca is the fact that their movement speed is actually faster than most infantry, whereas the Bevrangar, compared to the Huamaca, is going to be able to run slightly faster. So, depending on how good Ungurs is with his mouse work, he might actually be able to survive them, which is a pretty good possibility here considering his skill level on the ladders and everything. But we'll see. Gets a market, it looks like. Probably getting hunting dogs out of that, right? Yep. If he hasn't gone already, he should have it by now. Whereas Senor Viringo, what's Senor Viringo doing? Senor Viringo is sticking to the same build as last game. He gets about 5 on the hunts, and then he starts moving more vills onto the coin, because, as we said last game, if you weren't here pretty much, the Incas age up from age 1 to 2 with coin, since the age up costs of food and coin are flipped. So really, after you get enough villagers to keep your villager queue going indefinitely, you really should just move over to coin then, just to make sure your age up is going on time, right? One aspect of the Inca that I did not describe earlier is the fact that Inca units, as you can see here, actually generate coin while they work. So even if Viringo took all these vills over to food, or he puts them on trees, he would actually still be generating coin. And that's why it's really critical that you put more of your vills onto the mine here, early on in the match, because not only are you going to be getting coin from the 10 mine, but you're going to be getting coin from their little automatic trickle here of about 0.16. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up as you get more villagers. It's really a monstrosity of a strategy for late game. And from the market, you actually do not get mining upgrades for the Incas. You only get a few mining-related cards from the home city, which I believe Viringo has here. Right, he's got Silversmith, and then there's the Inca Metalworking, which is even better. I think it's even stronger than Royal Mint in terms of its effect power, and it's a team card too, which is really insane. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of good mining cards that the Incas get to make up for the lack of them at the market. At the market, for coin, they actually just get upgrades for their auto generation rate. So the coin that they're generating even when they're not on the mine, pretty much. So yeah, Inca can be pretty flexible in economy. Big time. I want to particularly look at this Sweden deck and see what the strengths of it are going to be. So, from the looks of it, he's going to be doing a land mana party build. Yeah, this is called land mana party and not extra units. I don't know why there's this bug here. I've seen it for multiple patches now, and somebody's got to fix that text. But main idea is it's a carbon copy of the Italian Civ bonus in Definitive Edition. In it, when you research market technologies specifically, you will get a free villager, a free settler. So when he's getting Gangsaw, he's actually getting a free villager in the deal as well. Because normally you wouldn't see Gangsaw research this early in the game unless you're British or something, right? So yeah, when you see an Inca, again, these obscure market techs early, it's because they're just looking to get extra villagers. Since they don't get really many villager cards, they get only 2 in their both team balance, which means in a 1v1 they're kind of bad, right? They're bad in 1v1, but they're great in 4v4s. So just a little bit of a tip there about the Sweden, how to run them pretty much. And where is he likely going to go from here? Next best thing to do is Sweden. Get your Norland logging out. That way you can get your wood economy established, which is probably the most important part of your economy is Sweden. Mainly because your Viringo as a musketeer actually costs food and wood, since it's a musket pikeman hybrid. So you'd actually need a lot of wood to keep a lot of pressure going in the early game of Sweden. Yep, he's getting Norland logging right now. He's very experienced with the Swedish Civ, so he knows the build order to a T. He's following everything I would do. Also picked up the blunderbuss to get another free villager. And now we're basically going to see probably Sawmill number 1 coming out as soon as this tech finishes. And maybe even Sawmill number 2, because at the start of the game you can only have 1 sawmill, but when you send Norland logging, not only does it make the sawmills cheaper, so you can actually afford to build the thing in a reasonable amount of time, but it lets you have 2 of them, right? And sawmills are very important for Sweden because they can trickle wood, and they leave behind these little cords of 100 wood crates around the base of the bill and they generate from it over time. So not only is it acting like a bit of a wood bank, but if you have a vill in the area, just keep them around the thing and it'll pick up the crates as time goes on, which will add even more wood economy to you, pretty much. This building over here is called the Torp. It is what we call an annex. It's a unique feature of the Swedish, where certain buildings like the town center, barracks, stable, and other ones, even the market, gets an add-on building called the annex, where you can build it right next to it, and it has an added effect, right? So the Torp annex does 2 things. It provides about 15 housing space for your population, and it can do something called an allotment, which is a big button army send of about, I believe, starting out about 8 Viringos, and then there's a card that you can send to make the number even bigger. So yeah, pretty much. You can either train the Viringos, these things over here, by the way, normally, or you can send them in these big stacks from the Torp. But do note, when you use the allotment ability, it does become more expensive after every use. It costs a combination of food, wood, and coins, so eventually it becomes really inefficient to use it. It's particularly good for early rushing and early massing, or in an emergency situation if you need like a quick 40 or something musketeers. And no, you're not allowed to stack it once you're out of population space too. There is a check on that too, so you can't necessarily have like a 400 population army to abuse the feature, sadly. You can do that with the Tupi because their unit is a weak archer, but the Bevrangar, when you have like 400 of these things, would be way too painful, I think, for opponents to deal with. So you have to give people a little bit of mercy, right? Just a little bit, you know. You don't want to go too soft on the players, but give them some assurances. Especially since Sweden is a really strong civ overall. Like, they don't need any more assets in their favor. Definitely not. Yeah, Inca goes about 50-50, I would say, too. Oh, yeah, by the way, another free villager with steel traps. Right, and he's also shipping in coin now, too. Right, and what's Viringo going to do about all this? So Viringo actually decided to go with a fast fortress. And Naked FF in particular. He did get his Ushnu up, though, so he does have a bit of defense right now. I think he was probably a bit traumatized from that Mapuche encounter, so he's probably looking to go to age 3 early, so he can prep with some stronger units now. I think in this particular situation, Inca does come in with a bit of an advantage against Sweden in age 3, because they get this really neat unit. I believe it's called the Fish Taco. I just call it the fish taco. I kind of imaginarily put an H between the P and the I and call it a fish taco because I like fish tacos. It's basically this gunpowder infantry that has ranged multipliers against assault cavalry. So it's almost like a foot dragoon, considering how dragoons work in Wars of Liberty. That would basically be it. Though it still is under the classification of the heavy infantry tag and not the dragoon one. Important thing to point out for multiplier's sake. Getting the Pukura. This is going to be a really good way for Viringo to forestall his doom, pretty much. This is actually a literal fort that the Incas as well as the Mapuches can get. In particular, the Inca one will fire these very hot and fiery spears. I believe you can research a big button at the fort to have added multipliers against cavalry. So the Inca fort in particular is really good against cavalry units. Quite good, actually. Like these Hussars, for instance, which he's going to have to be careful of now. The Bolaz warriors will do pretty well against the Beverangars, but they will not do good against the Hussars. Right? So, yep, Hussars will be a real danger, and that's why Ungurs got the 700 coin, by the way, is because he wanted to do a combo of Huss Beverangar, Musk Huss, something that you normally see a lot with the French and the British usually. It works really well with the Swedes as well. Really well, actually, because even if you're out of coin, Sweden has this really nice card that lets you, called Dawa horses, which lets you trade the cavalry costs of coin to wood, pretty much. So, yeah, kind of like that card that Mexico gets in Definitive Edition, but unfortunately you don't have a way to turn it back, so just be aware of that if you're doing that. Trying to defend with some Huamacas right now. It looks like the Pukura did go up. I think the Pukura will survive here, it seems like. Yeah, he's just noticing this now with the spears. Huamacas doing a great cleanup job, by the way, too. So, I mean, honestly, I think this fort will survive. Also, the Hussars just sadly happen to be here right now in front of polearm units. If you know anything about warfare, spearmen and cavalry do not mix, so do not let that happen. The Beverangars will escape through here, though, and he'll likely come up with another strategy. Viringo's likely next priority will be getting Tombo and then researching his veteran spearman upgrade, his Huamac upgrade from it. Because the Inca do not actually research their upgrades at the Ushnu, since the Ushnu is where you just train all your military units. You actually have to research military upgrades from the Tombo, which is their tower. And to do that, he's going to need some coin, so he's going to ship in about 1,000 coin right now, actually. Yeah, while he takes these Huamakas and he starts the pressure on Ungurs base right now. Yeah, the Pukura is definitely helping out with that defense here. Big time. Let's see. Oh, villagers. Villagers in the open. 1 down. 2 down. Yeah, he's going to get 2 of them at least. Unfortunately, the pathing kind of ruined that. And what does he do now? Oh, he's going to get the bank. He's going to siege the bank down. Oh boy, that's not good. If you're wondering where Ungurs even got a bank from, they do get this good card here called Rick's Bank. I guess there was a Swedish guy named Rick and he had a bank. Or that's the way the Swedish language works, I don't know. But I'll just stick to the first theory. Basically, it gives you a bank wagon. So a little bit of added coin in there for a civ that's mostly emphasized on wood. So it's a really nice boost to get, really. Makes it to age 3, and now starts to get the veteran Viringo upgrade. So mostly going to be emphasizing on his Viringos to stay 1 step ahead of these speedy spearmen. Right, he also built his observatory annex for the town center. This one's a little bit less significant on the battlefield. It really just adds more line of sight to your base since it has a much wider line of sight than the town center does. And it has the added ability to use the Portuguese explorer's spy ability. So you can look at a point on the map and see a circle of the area for a number of seconds and see what's there. So really good way of scouting pretty much without actually scouting. Yep, it's basically scouting for sleepy people pretty much. Sleepy people that don't want to scout, just use the observatory. That's basically it. Viringo building a farm back here for food. By the way, Incas, all their buildings cost coin, if you didn't know. Even the fort costs coin, but you can't build the forts, I believe. But yeah, in general, all the Inca buildings cost coin. Literally everything's made out of gold, or whatever metal they have on hand. I mean, there's no gold here, obviously, but it's probably made out of tin. Tin farms. Tin farms. Isn't that a health hazard? Eating tin lettuce and tin tomatoes, tin tomatoes, and tin radishes or whatever they have there. I don't know. Yeah, they must not be doing too well now health-wise, but at least he's getting the Inca metalworking team card in. This one's really going to give him a really big boost onto his coin eco. This gives you a boost of about 30% on mining. This is even stronger than Royal Mint. So value-wise, as long as you got enough mining on the map, you really get a lot of value out of it. Yeah, pretty much. Builds a market up here now. I just don't know if he's ready for an attack just yet, because Ungurs is fully committed to pushing right now. And Viringo has to figure that out some way. What's Viringo's line of sight right now? Is he scouting at all, or let me find out. So he doesn't even know what's coming, and this is why scouting is so important. You need to be able to look ahead and know what your opponent is doing. Pretty much, yeah. And now we see the Hussa troopes be added into the mix. So these are basically weaker but cheaper cuirassiers, pretty much. As you know, a normal cuirassier for France would cost about 150 food and gold. These only cost 100 food and gold, but yeah, they're statistically a bit weaker, but they're also only 2 population, which is not bad, not bad at all. Considering the normal cuirassier has a pop cost of about 3, as you know. So this is actually not too bad at all, really. They do have the added benefit, just like the cuirassier, of having 1 splash attack, so good at hitting multiple things at once. Right, so it's going to have to set up some sort of defense. Also, he got in about 8 skirmisher shipment, it looks like. That was the shipment, right? Yep, 8 skirmishers. So, looks like a pretty big push here of skirmish, musket, and heavy cavalry. Viringo right now just has veteran spearmen, the experienced Huamakas. They were experienced. So, they got a good resume. That's basically all you have to know about them. They got a good resume. So they don't have to worry about that. Yep, looks like he will be trying to siege on him right now. Pretty much. And it looks like here, Sweden is now going to try to push in from the top on this side, yeah. And what's this? This is the Tombo. Tombo will provide a bit of cover support there for those units pretty much, yep. Huh, so what do you do if your Inca's here? That's the question. Also, by the way, Ungurs is getting fishing economy from these bodies of water too, so he is taking full advantage of the map. Something we didn't quite see Viringo doing here. Yeah, that's why it's always good to look at the map at the start of the game, just so you know that those little perks are there for you to get additional economy. Yeah. At this point, because the deck really is not that great for 1v1, all we can really do is... Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second, Viringo. This is a problem. This is a problem. Why didn't you send this one first? This is hand combat. It gives you hit points and attack. This one only gives you attack, and this one only gives you hit points. Wouldn't it be better to get both for the price of one? Yeah, it's one of those sort of conundrums where it's like, yeah, you got the better card, but you send the weaker one for some reason. Why? It's not like it has any pop space or anything. I mean, there's really no decision making there. You just get the better card, you know? Not that it matters too much in this situation, because I think at this point with that much infantry, the Huamakas have already sort of lost their steam, but still, you got to consider that stuff, you know what I mean? Sometimes it can make a real difference. And I mean, granted, I think he will have enough time to get this combat card anyways. It's just the point, though. If it mattered life and death into that skirmish, that you had both the hit points and the attack, you would have lost that match if you didn't send that right card, you know? Yeah, big time. Like right now, I mean, he's already likely going to face the siege from this spot here. He's got a foundry here, too. He's got a forward foundry, so he is going to be pumping falconets out here. Really not good. I mean, he can afford... He's going to get all four of them, yeah. Once the four falconets get involved, you're not looking too good. You're not looking too good at all once these falconets start... Well, they're going to be able to down the Tombo rather quickly, and then the fort's like the last thing standing between you and GG. You better come up with something really fast and snappy to fix this. It's really not a good situation overall for Senior Viringo right here. It's got to get on top of this. So Tombo's down. All you got left is the fort. Fort's the last thing you got there, pretty much. Boca Fuegos. These are Culverins, by the way. So these are actually a really good counter to these Falcons. He's going to have to maneuver them properly, though. And likely put the... He's going to get that one. Not bad. Not bad at all. He's kind of doing some good work, and he's definitely cooking right here. He gets Falconet number 2. Is he going to get a third one? Probably yes. Well, almost. Almost. That just shows you how good Ungurs is with managing his economy. He's like, I don't even care, man. I'm just going to run make it like a million falconets and then have enough to make culverins too to deal with this. You know what I mean? Yeah, pretty much. Get 2 for the price of 1, right? That was a good target, honestly. That was a really good culverin. Gets another one. Gets another one. For the bad situation that Viringo was in, he's honestly playing this rather well. I will admit that. I will admit that. But again, back to my previous point. If he had the... He actually did get that card. Alright, so... He actually did get that card. Okay. Alright. He did. Okay. So, he did actually have the right stats. Alright, I was going to say if he didn't get that card yet, then he could thank his lack of performance to the lack of the card, but he does have it. Alright. Good, good, good. So, it looks like he has a bit more time to breathe, I guess, before the next wave. Because... I have to point something out to you about the Ushnu and the fort for Inca. So basically, Inca does not get separate buildings for stuff. They all get one military building to train both their infantry and their artillery from. And then in terms of the Manca Horsemen I mentioned earlier, that's like a home city and emergency unit only. So it's a really limited unit. So we think it's all about infantry and artillery, pretty much. Yeah. Similar to the Tupi, actually, in that sense. The only real South American native civ that really has a corral with cavalry is the Mapuche. They're the only ones who really has that sort of thing. Just about like every other Age of Empires RTS mod that has Mapuche in it, they're like the only one with forces. Yeah. Nice little fun fact. Culverins. Ooh, did he miss? Did he miss that shot? It looked like he almost did. Did he get any damage? He missed that shot entirely. Can you believe that? Wow, I did not see that coming. To be fair, Viringo is doing a great job with his culverin work here. This is the sort of thing that is highly praised when you're playing arena. When you're playing arena games in the Asian dynasties, people love it when you know how to micro your culverins and get down artillery. It's like a really good skill to have for micro. So that hats off to anyone that can micro that good with their culves. Really does give you a huge... Gets the falconet down, but now he's going to have to retreat because the culves are moving in bombard mode, which means he's going to have to squeegee over here to get these falcons now because the culverins are moving into a defensive posture there. Fortunately, he has very little breathing room right now, so it's not quite that easy to get over here. He is going to try to get over there and maybe get those falconets. She's losing a lot of defensive troops, though. Gets down one falc. Probably can get the other one down, honestly. I would... No, but the cav was there. The cav was there. Too unfortunate, I guess. Yeah. It do be like that sometimes, you know? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, this time, when we look at the resource difference, this one was astronomical, just because he had one of the best wood economy civs in the game, the Swedes with their sawmills. He made the effort of going fish booming in this body of war and this one. Ungurs knew how to use the map to his advantage, like, really well here, and that really put him over the top. I just want to see, like, for combat, though, how did that go? I mean, honestly, Viringo did great here in combat compared to the last game. Like, really, seriously, I mean, did you see that culverin work that Viringo did? That was great. I mean, honestly, I think if he had a slightly better economy going into this battle, maybe if Ungurs didn't have the fishing economy here, maybe be looking at a bit of more of a 50-50 draw. But, you know, it is what it is. So we gotta go on to game 3 now. Gonna boot into that one here. Load it up. Here we go. Alright, Ungurs game number 3. So where will this one be? And what civs will be used? Viringo, it's pretty easy to predict. Ungurs could be really anything at this point. So, Ungurs is going Greeks on a land map. Colorado. And Viringo is still playing the Incas. Now, that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting, to say the least. So, where are we on? We're on Colorado. Yeah. Here's the good old Rocky Mountain High, right over here. And pretty much on this map, you got 3 sort of main areas of crossing into your enemy's domain. You can go through the middle, go down here, go up top. You got a trade route with about 4 trading posts on it, and also some Comanche natives, so a bit of maneuver units. Bit of that light cav. Right, so this should be a pretty interesting matchup. Honestly, I would say for Ungurs to do the Greeks on a land map, he's probably simping hard for Senior Viringo here. He's like really simping hard. That's like the most simpy move you could ever do as a fella is play Greeks on a land map. Unless he's flaunting. He could be flaunting too immensely with this because here's the thing. Greeks on a land map are missing their most important bonus, which is the fact that their docks produce fishing boats for free over time. Like Greeks on the last map would have done pretty well. They would have had a huge bonus advantage. But on this map, they just play like your average nation state civ, which is not bad. Not bad, mind you. But it's just below performance levels for the civ. It really shines on water maps. That being said, we're going to have to figure out what Greek's game plan is going to be here. We sort of know now by about 2 games what Viringo's going to do, so we mostly need to focus on what Greeks are going to do. The Greeks in this situation have a few tools in their belt. They got the common unit roster of the nation states, which basically includes the Marauder, which is statistically the same as the Yulon almost. They got the Scytheman, a pikeman with a area of effect attack and some really good multipliers against Cav. And they got the Recruit, which is a low hit point musketeer with more damage. So a bit of, you can tell a sort of a theme with the nation state culture civs. Their common units are sort of like glass cannon units. Low HP, high damage. That's really what they specialize in here. Nice little neat tip about the Marauders of the Greeks. They're actually a 1 population cav unit. Yeah, 1 population. 1 population Yulons, folks. I guess the way it works is that Yulons in Wars of Liberty have less hit points than they do in Legacy, which made the developers come up with the fun idea of making them into 1 pop units because the HP is so low that they're almost in the same category as Coyote Runners. So yeah, that means that Yulons are very massable in this game. Very massable. I don't know if we're going to see the Marauders. I'm guessing maybe, but I'm not too sure. Because the main threat of the Incas is always the Huamaca. So probably the best unit we're going to see here is the Kalapte, which is a unique unit of the Greeks. It's basically an early skirmisher that has more range than average. As you know, early skirms like the crossbowmen have 16 range. The Kalapte has about 18 range. And then with the arsenal card, the arsenal tech they get later, then they get 2 more range. So it ends up evening out to the same range as a skirmisher, which is pretty good. You know, it's pretty impressive across the board. So, I mean, can't complain too much about that, I guess. Nah, definitely not. As for Viringo, is he running the same deck? Yep, same deck. Same situation. 5 Vils on hunts to maintain the food economy for Vils, and then the rest goes to coin to speed up the age-up process, since your age-up costs coin and not food. Who is he going to age up with? He's going to age up with this fellow here, Lord Byron, actually. Byron. And basically with the nation-state civs, Greeks included, you age up through other buildings in the town center. Right, and every town center, no, not every town, every building of the nation states, or at least most of them, come with a big bun, which is actually your age up, and they'll have one particular politician that you can do. Lord Byron from the hunting lodge will give you 3 free villagers. The market one would give you about 500 food, with Ionis, whatever Greek name is. I kind of sort of forget the rest. But you get the point. In particular, the Greeks get another thing going on, too, that the other nation-state civs do not. So you see this card right here with sort of the weird border? See, this has a blue border here and sort of a silver one over here. These cards have booster effects on them, which means depending on which politician you age up with, it gets a booster applied to it, which means it can be stronger. So, as it says right here, if you research King Constantine I as an Imperial Age politician, the card will be 50% stronger, right? Now, there's not too many of those cards here. In particular, he's got Olympic Games, which pertains to unit hit points and building construction time, and then he's got this one here to benefit the Clape and the Scytheman. So we can already sort of tell from this that he's probably going to go with King Constantine. If he did go to the Imperial Age, I don't think he's going to get that far. I don't even think he's even going to really get the booster on this one, which would be to get King George I from the Hunting Lodge in Age 3 to 4 to double this. So I don't even think he's going to use either of these personally. If he plays this well, he might be able to win this out in Age 2. It all depends, though, particularly because you're going up against the Incas, and their Huamaki unit does a really good job at negating the threat of the Marauders, even with all their damage and mass ability. So yeah, it's going to come down to probably recruits and Clapes versus Huamakas if I know anything about the Greeks. Looks like he is harassing a bit with these hero units, the Chazqui. The Chazqui are actually trained from this hero here, the Sapanka, and you can have up to 10 of them, so you can actually harass Vils pretty well with them, which is quite good. And it looks like the recruits are indeed going to pursue the Sapa. Or are they? They're probably just going to deter him. Yeah, as you can see right here, hit points are a bit smaller, but their range damage is about 27, which is quite good. It's quite good damage for a musket to have. So if you like dishing out damage, the recruits are really good at that. But if you need something that's durable and can survive a bit of shaking around, particularly by assault units, yeah, they're not your most recommended musket then. Definitely not. Also, bringing in a batch of Clapes as well. These really good range early skirms. So that should be a good mix up there. Now, what does Viringo do? Does he stick around in Age 2? Yes, he does. He trains up Huamakas and ships into Bulaz warriors with their splash attack. So already preparing for that early aggression from the Greeks. Yeah. And this is why you should know all the civs, the civ bonuses of the civilizations in this mod, because Viringo made the smart presumption that if he was dealing with Greeks on a land map, that the Greeks would naturally be aggressive because they don't have any benefit in just holding back and camping in their base now, do they? No. They play almost like a normal civ here on land maps, so they can afford to be much more aggressive now. They can still afford to be aggressive on war maps too, but here it's actually important to be aggressive because you're not going to have all that extra food and coin from the whales to, make it into the late game. So he really does need to try to win this out sooner rather than later. He splits off the recruits from the Clapes so that the Bulaz warriors are only focusing on the recruits, and the Clapes are getting free range attacks into the Bulaz warriors. It's a nice preservation method by Ungurs to make his army go a bit more valuable here. Looks like the Bulaz warriors are indeed going to probably finish off those recruits, but sadly there's another batch of them coming right up top there, right now. Yeah, yep. And this is a wild card right here. How are these going to be used? He's still adding to them, actually. I think Ungurs knows that. That's why he's looking, paying attention, He's not saying, oh, my opponent must have forgot to make military or something. Oh, he knows from looking at that score over there that something's growing. He needs to deal with it before it gets too big. Because he's had 2 games at this point where he's had Huamakas in his base. And now it's going to go for a 3rd game, too. Because depending on how well Ungurs manages this, he could get really pushed back to the limits here if he's not careful. He really could, so he has to be super duper careful with how he treats this thing. Looks like the stable will actually be pressured as well as this Vil. These things do about how much hand damage now? Looks like about 28. The siege about 37. Quite good unit here. Gets a stable down. He could get some houses down and maybe some Vils or something. Yeah. He's gonna rush the town center now. I don't think he can maybe... Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, very smart. He just realized that he probably can't take out that town center now, so he's going to try to get a favored fight here against the Clapes. Now, the reason why Huamakas can do really good in this matchup is because they have more movement speed, as I've said before, so they can actually hunt down these skirms. These skirms, even with the extra range, are going to struggle to kite effectively once the Huamakas start getting into a full chase against them. In fact, the Huamakas, with the added aura from the War Chief here, the Sapa, is actually going to be able to grind through the hand armor of the recruits, which is quite good. It's quite good, actually. And these Huamakas over there managed to take out those ones. Barracks is now being pressured. What is Ungurs' resource count right now? So he's double queuing Clapes at this point and shipping in an additional 6. So he's focused fully on defense at this point. Barracks 1 is going down, the forward barracks, but he still has the defensive one there that can still continue to work, right? Yeah. One thing to note about Greeks, when you siege a Greek building, it does not officially completely dissolve. It turns into ancient Greek ruins, which will continue to trickle experience points to the player until they're taken down. So, yeah, yep, it really does benefit you as Greeks to have a lot of buildings, because even if you lose them all, they're still going to help you get shipments faster as the game progresses, which is quite good. It really is. Yep, queuing up more vills, yeah. Because sometimes people get into this tunnel vision where they don't queue up villages when they're rushing, and that can be a serious problem. I was just making sure Viringo was doing that, and yep, looks like he is, which is great. It's when you're not queuing villagers that things can go really sour, you know. It makes it sort of an all-in rush or die sort of situation, which is never really recommended. It's better that you can just keep the pressure going and get in the economy, so to speak. What has he got for cards? So he's got 600 coin, and after that, just upgrades. Is that right? Okay. Sounds good. Barracks, he's going to try to make another one now, but now it looks like the area is going to be occupied by all these Huamakas. Does he call out his Boyar? Has he called his Boyar out yet? He might want to get his Boyar out now, but can he even afford it? Yes, he's going to call the Boyar out now. What the Boyar does is he not only has a pretty decent stat as a unit, but he actually gives an aura to these peasants that allows them to fight military units better. So basically, instead of just being a strong defender himself, he sort of commands all the peasants to join in and help in the defense. Because notice how high their hit points are now. Went up to 375, which is pretty tanky, and then their damage went up slightly as well, too. So, yeah, he's actually going into hand with the peasants to deal with the Huamakas, because once the Boyar is there, the hand attack goes up to like 25, which is pretty good for a villager. It's kind of on par with like a Cossack. So I mean, nothing to joke about, really. No. Does have 2 barracks here though, and he's getting recruits right now. Looks like. I think the town center can potentially go down here. Yeah, town center will likely go down. TC actually will go down. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at that. Man's taking town centers down again. Honestly, Ungurs, being as such a skilled player as he is, capable of playing in the ESOC tournaments on the 5th edition, to have Viringo siege your town center 2 times in a series like this is actually really big for Viringo. It just shows you that even though you got these skilled people that play the official game, Woleros can still trip up these skilled players when they come over to Wars of Liberty. It's like a really interesting enigma that happens, you know. And that same thing happens with me. I have been some very strong opponents in the official game when they come to do Wars of Liberty, just because they're not used to everything and they don't practice certain skills all the time, and I can usually take advantage of that and get some pretty strange wins that I normally wouldn't do if we were in DE. So Yeah, definitely if you're a Woludo and you're facing a higher skilled opponent from Definitive Edition, always try your best and really work hard because you might actually snag a win if you really try it. Because as long as you're practicing Wars of Liberty enough like I do, you might know a bunch of tricks that they don't, and you can totally use every single one of them one after another in succession, and it really will work to your advantage to do so. Yeah. That being said, though, where does Ungurs go from here? Does he try to salvage this part of his base, or no? Well, the mine is almost down. He's lost all the hunts over here, so it looks like he might actually be retreating into this direction, sort of at the tippy top of the map. And he might actually be trying to pressure into the Inca's base, too, a little bit. Yeah, almost. He's also mixing Bolaz warriors with Huamakas now. So he's sort of considering the fact that he might be dealing with recruits now to maybe add a unit in that has multipliers against recruits. So yeah, recruits being muskets. They will probably take out a few vills here. Yeah, Viringo has to do something about that now. He starts moving these away and then these shortly after. That's a signal to Viringo that he might be able to start pushing on the Greek space now, since he's dealing with some pressure in home there. TC will start to fire at the recruits, though, taking out one of them. It's like, how much military does Ungurs have right now? Just for perspective. He's got about 7 recruits here. He's got any up here. He's got the Churophylax. The Churophylax. This is a beautiful unit we rarely ever see. Usually. See, for the Greeks, they get these special Churophylaxi battalions that they can ship. They cost food. One-time shipments. And basically it ships a musketeer called the Churophylax. This fine mustache here has the added bonus of having more range than the average musket, a range of about 16. And some more hit points than the recruit does. So it's like a generally strong, more durable musketeer, and it also is a higher range musketeer, so it can actually kite somewhat decently against these infantry, which is pretty good, you know. So right now we're seeing the Churophylaxes try to defend as best as they can with the recruits, and it's working somewhat, but the Bolaz warriors will inflict some pretty serious splash damage, though. No telling if that's going to work or not. Unfortunately, though, the recruits, though, are posing a bit of a problem down here for Viringo, it looks like. Ooh, look at that throw. That was a pretty good one. Yeah, I think, though, what Ungurs is counting on is his ability to mass up more of these recruits, possibly. Honestly, you probably could fight these recruits right now. Like, at least take that one out, and, I don't know. It's kind of a bit tricky to say right now. Ungurs still has a score advantage over Viringo, which says a lot right now about his economy. He's doing Huamakas now. Yeah, you need at least a few Huamakas, unfortunately, for this matchup. It's just the way it works, I guess. And it looks like, indeed, these recruits will look for potential villager victims along this line here, which it looks like they won't find exactly if they follow that track. I think Ungurs at this point has effectively turned this thing around. He has secured his base. He has the army tempo right now, that lovely word tempo, which I hear used all the time in like Plants vs. Zombies Heroes, tempo on the field. Ungurs has tempo on the field right now with his army. He's got a big army recruits. He's got some of these Churophylaxes still. He's going to be shipping in some Marauders, which is an anti-skirmisher, as you know, a Yulon, so that's going to be really good. And at this point, I don't even know if Viringo can even handle this big mass that's on his doorstep. Because all it really took for Ungurs was to get enough muskets across the finish line in his army to say, you know, now I can effectively combat against your infantry as Inca. Because before, Viringo had the advantage of surprise and ambush to target his recruits individually or in smaller numbers. Now you got a full musketeer army coming for you with full extra damage that the recruits have, plus the ones with extra range, the Toros there. So yeah, and also you got the Mirars that can snare you too with their hand attack. So that's really not good, really not good at all. Yeah, we'll see though. Nah, no, I don't know. Like, this is not going to defend against that. Viringo had a little bit of a shot there and kind of got taken from him, I guess. Yeah. At least it seems like it. I mean, yeah, like, once you get over... How many... So he's got almost like a full 50 muskets in that army combined. That's a very big mass. In age 2 especially. So, I mean... how much resources Viringo even got? He doesn't have an Ushnu here either. So that's another situation where Viringo sort of is getting destroyed now. He did not think about putting an Ushnu in his base in the chance that he might have to defend. So, I mean... He's going to have to get reinforcements from across the map, which are never going to arrive in time. Yep, it does happen, you know. I think Viringo took this game as a rush or die sort of thing, so that's why he didn't do it. So yeah, kind of got what he got, you know, going with that sort of a risky all or nothing type of build, and that's what happens to you. So you have to be very, very careful with that sort of thing. 100%, pretty much, right on it. Yeah. The Sapa Inca does get targeted down. And it looks like town center is still being sieged there. Some Huabakas at this point are just going into harassment mode because they're really not going to be able to defend against this sort of thing. Not even close. And it looks like Ungurs is up 3-0. 3-0 right now. Very, very interesting. Definitely one of the tighter matches in Eco militarily. Really came across the finish line with kills at the end, but definitely earlier. I mean, if you look at a graph of like the military unit population, there were some scary moments there for Ungurs where clearly Viringo really had some potential of winning there in this section. But once he started to grow up like this, then things really went south. If Viringo was still able to keep their numbers rather down, I think it would have probably been a pretty easy sweep there. But it does happen, you know, big time. So now we're going to go on to game number 4 of Ungurs versus Viringo. This should be pretty neat. Let's see what we got on this one. Alright, let's look at game number 4 of Ungurs versus Viringo, and then we can move on to, I believe, either a cap one or some ones from Gilder, pretty much. Yeah. If Gilder ends up going against Ungurs, that'll be an interesting one, because Gilder's like one of our stronger Woleros up there with Cap and me, so that'll be a real neat one to see. Oh, wow. Look at this. Right up. Well, let's do the map first, and then we get into the other piece. So, map is Mesopotamia, or Fertile Crescent. You got the Tigris here, and the Euphrates there. You know how it works, right? In geography class. On this map, you got 2 trade routes. One that goes like this. One that goes like that. It's almost like the Scottish flag in a way, with those little squiggly lines, right? And then you got some War Elephant natives here too, the Sufi Moss. Yeah, so a pretty interesting map. And then these little sections on the outskirts here too are pretty well turtleable as well. So a lot of possibilities. Yeah, Alright, so what I was saying at the start was this is kind of hilarious. Basically, Ungurs is totally trolling Viringo at this point. He is playing the Viringo Civ itself, Peru. The very first Civ that Viringo even mastered back in, back in 2016, 2017, like way back, way back, yeah. This was like the first Civ Viringo ever learned, and that was when Peru was first released, so yeah, it's kind of funny to see Ungurs trying to play that Civ here against the master of Peru in theory. So yeah, should be interesting. Most definitely. Now, in this matchup, Peru's got a few tricks up their sleeve. They got a really good massable early skirm, the Viringo, that only costs a sum of wood and no other resource, so that's pretty massable. They can go Mushatero, they can go H3 Escoltas or Vivenderas. There's a lot of options to do as Peru. In particular, the Peruvian villagers are very good at turtling, and that's because these Peruvian villagers can garrison inside of buildings, right? So, for instance, if you build a house, right? You gotta build the house there. Build the house. Build the casa. That's actually an annoying spot, actually, because he was trying to get around everything, and yeah. But anyways, look at this magical little trick here with my mousy mouse. So if you build a house, you see the little door, which means, yeah, you can garrison inside these buildings to stay safe. It's really neat, because if you're, like, hunting out on the map and you can't herd them in towards any tower or anything, you can build a house on the fly to act as your garrison, so you can wait for your military to come and save the day for you. It's a really neat defensive feature that the Peruvian Civ has. They get this other neat little defensive bonus too, where if one of their military units dies at all, the other ones get a brief line of sight and speed bonus to get away and retreat. Really neat thing. Really is. Yeah. Basically the Incas are all about the Peruvian. Well, wait a second. The Incas and the Peruvians are almost the same thing, right? Oh yeah, they're both from Peru and the Andes. So yeah, this is like regular Peru, and this is Rainbow Peru, Pride Peru, PP, Pride Peru. Yeah, so they're both Peruvian. So yeah, basically Peru is generally pretty good at using different wacky bonuses to their advantage, like high on their vills, retreating, chasing things down. They're all about maneuverability. Whereas the Incas are more about flexible spears called the huamacas, yeah. I think in this matchup, it really depends on how Ungurs goes about it. I think if, from my knowledge and memory, my muscle memory, if Ungurs does decide to go all Viringo on Viringo, there's a good chance Viringo might be able to pressure him good with the huamacas, because I tried that before and it did not go too well. So you need to focus more on effective strategies to deal with the huamacas here, and you really can't let them grow too much. Yeah, that's generally a rule of thumb I found in every match against the Incas, is if you let the huamaca mass get a little bit too big, you're not being it. You're not being it with like early skirms, late game skirms, artillery. It becomes really painful to do. Because here's the thing, once it gets to a certain point, Viringo does get to H3, it starts adding the Inca Moors in and the Boca Fuegos, so bye-bye artillery. Bye-bye artillery, you know? It's just something you have to deal with when you're going up against the Inca Civ. What will be interesting is to see what immigrant that Peru goes with. So they go with the Japoneses, the Japanese immigrant wave. This one could be pretty good. Now, what makes the Japanese immigrants pretty nice is they give you some workers that are good at gathering from berries, so they'll be able to eat these berries up very fast, as well as the cherry orchard rickshaw that the Egypt comes with, which would be great. And you can make two of their units. You can make the Shotai Legion, which are just basically consulate Ashigarus pretty much, so they're really fast. Or you can make the cavalry mags, which are basically just like hussars that can heal your units and stuff too. So a lot of neat stuff going on pretty much, yeah. Looks like the Orchard Rickshaw will go in the back over here right now. Japanese colony goes in the front. One thing to note though, just because somebody gets an immigrant colony does not mean that they're going to use it for military. That's one thing that I found out in a lot of matches. I'm thinking, oh, they're going to use it for this. And turns out they actually keep it more in reserve for the techs and stuff. So yeah, that's the fun thing about immigrant colonies is you can use them a lot or you can use them a little bit. You know what I mean? Some players have different preferences for them. Some like to rush with their units. Some like their technologies. Some like to add their workers in, and that's it. Immigrant colonies can work in many different ways, pretty much. Yeah. Yep, making some of the workers, it looks like, and we'll likely put them onto the cherry orchard first, and then the berries over here. Yeah. More recently, they did update a Japanese immigrant technology for the late game that will actually, I believe, double the farming rate, or maybe, yep, will double the farming rate on haciendas, so your mills. So technically in the late game, even once the berries are all gone, there still is a card to make the Japanese workers actually good at farming. So just be aware of that when you're picking Japanese immigrants. Don't think that once the berries are gone that their villagers are kind of going to be pointless. No, eventually they'll be really good farmers. So yeah, just thought I'd point that out. The one thing to note about any sort of immigrant workers in the game is that beyond their one or two skills, they gather really bad at everything else. So if you try to put the Japanese foragers on wood or coin or even on hunting, they're not going to do that great. They're just good at the berry stuff and then later the farming. So yeah, just thought I'd point that out too, because if you're wondering, wait a second, why are these villas barely gathering anything? Well, the game told you it. You just have to look at the unit description. Yeah, basically. Looks like he shipped 3 Lanceros. No, he trained them. He trained them out. He's going Lancero from stable. Is that right? Ooh, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, he's gonna get his cage trap now, and his stonewashing. This is steel traps, and this is basically placer mines. In terms of the magnitude of those techs. Looks like right now the Lanceros are just looking for some easy prey along the outskirts of the base. Oh, yep. Is going to do his best to try to get them into the TC, it looks like. They might get that Vil. That Vil might actually be done. Done, son. Oh, he almost went down. That was a real close one there. Big time. Another thing I should tell you, too, that the immigrant workers of Japan can construct shrines, or at least a limited number of them, which it gives you even more economy. So they're already producing some food for them, which is pretty good, you know. I would say, though, you probably should like go up here with them and like put the houses up here so you can get the hunts on them, because they work exactly like the shrine. Well, he's actually going to get some animals on him right now. About 4 animals here. And then these ones aren't going to collect anything unless he does herdables. Because since you are a Latin American civ, you get the livestock pen and you can make your pigs and later your cows. And then you can actually put those onto the Japanese houses to help generate even more resources from them, which is pretty neat. You know? Yeah. Huamacas in pretty big mass. Probably going to want to get that going sooner rather than later. Is adding Furrier now for extra hunts. I was saying that earlier to people. If you're having issues keeping up with your Vil queues or whatever, depending on what your match is, you might want to consider Spice Trade or Furrier to give you that just a little bit extra food from your hunting and berries to keep you going. So, yeah, definitely. Now it's going to start sieging away at the Japanese colony first. One thing to watch out for when you lose immigrant colonies, if you do not have any workers on the field when the thing goes down, you were unable to rebuild it. Only the immigrant workers themselves can rebuild their respective colonies that they're lost. So basically, the fact that Ungurs has his Japanese foragers here means he can recover that colony later if he wants it. Yeah. Just figured I'd point that out to you. Because some of you might be thinking, oh no, I lost the colony, I'm done for. No, you can get it back as long as you have a worker there who can rebuild it. Yeah. That being said, though, looks like the town center siege is pretty substantial here, and Bola's warriors are also going to be shipped in too. Unfortunately, Peru does not get any really good emergency stuff like the nation states does with the boyar, but what he does do is he does get some Legion Peruanas. These Legion Peruanas are a Western Grenadier. What do I mean by a Western Grenadier? So, oh wow, whoa, 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 colony, watch out, no, oh, no, very bad. But he had no choice, he had to age up. He's going to lose this colony now, that is really bad. He's going to lose the town center too to boot. Now, what is Ungurs shipping in? So he's going to get, oh, he got denied the shipment. Oh no. Oh no. Wow, that went so bad. And now he's going to siege his Chinese colony too. Wow, no, this is so bad. Look at all the vills and targeting range of these things. This was such horrible timing for Ungurs to find himself in. Absolutely bad. This went so sour real fast. He's going to lose his... Is he going to lose all his workers too? Where's his workers? He's going to lose his... And now he can't get the... Oh, he's going to try to escape with them over here, but it's going to be too late. You need to save at least one to get your Japanese colony back, my friend. And I don't think... He might be able to get away. No, he's got the Bolas warrior on his tail. He's not. The little anime boy is running, though. So maybe he can get away. This was a really good Plamica push by Viringo. He did exactly what he needed to here. Exactly what he needed to. Finally gets a, where's the outpost? Where's he shipping that in from, by the way? Is he getting it from over here, or where's that coming in from? Where's he shipping all this stuff in from? Oh, from over here? Alright, yeah, because see, the only way that Ungurs is going to recover here is if he can get some spicy shipments to get himself back in the game. So he's going to get 8 Vivenderas. These are your AIDS 3 skirmishers as the Latin American civs. Otherwise known as Juanitas Muy Bonitas. Juanitas Muy Bonitas. And in addition to being skirms, they can also heal your units too. So they add some vitality to the lifetime of your army too. And save you a lot of resources if they can heal. Also sending in the Self-Liberty Expedition. This will grant Peru about 5 horse grenadiers. Shadow teched up to the guard upgrade. Not even the veteran upgrade, the guard upgrade. And that combined will basically allow Ungurs to launch a pretty good overall defense here. Because what he's going to be able to do is these horse grenadiers have a charged grenade throw, which deals multipliers against infantry and has some splash, and then they turn into a hussar unit that can go into melee. See, unfortunately, well, back in the olden days, these guys just threw grenades, which means that they could just keep throwing grenades at units, but now they're a charge attack, which means now he actually has to retreat after he throws his grenade with them, which is, a little concerning, but much more historically relevant, though. He saves his goats. He saved his goats. Most important thing ever is save your goats. Yeah. Go. He might potentially be able to push back from here, because what he's going to do now is he's going to use a mix of unupgraded grenadiers, vivenderas, and the horse grenadiers here. So related to the horse grenadiers, these Legion Piranha grenadiers, which I called Western ones, basically do a charged grenade throw, and then they fire their musket weapon for a number of seconds, about 60 seconds usually. Some have a smaller cooldown time, which is better. Then they can throw their grenades more often. Some examples would be the Ungurs of the Chileans, and I think maybe one or two other ones. But yeah, basically these Legion Piranhas were changed from like regular grenadiers to being more of a musket type grenadier, which is historically what they always were. You know, they didn't have these guys who just sat on the battlefield all day and threw bombs all day. No, they might have a grenade or two that they could throw because they were stronger than the average musket, but after that they would engage in normal infantry responsibilities with their musket and bayonet and everything. Yeah, pretty much. Trying to get as much value off these horse grenadiers as possible. Where's Viringo and Eco? So Eco-wise, he's going to get a Tombo up here, which is pretty good. Can he get up in time, though? Maybe. He's going to get up, right? Yeah, like I was going to say, if he couldn't get this Tombo up and lost all those vills, that'd be near fatal to him. But no, he's going to go in the tower right now and just hide out in there. Maybe take out a horse grenadier too to boot. Nah. Range attack's too little for that, but still. It does save these vills. They're likely to go on to the gold mine down here next, pretty much, and start collecting that. Next upgrade will probably be Silversmith, I'm guessing, for the mining. Yep, that's at least what I would think he would do. Not 100% sure. And now you got some Independentistas and Legion Piranhas, yeah. Now these Independentistas are another unit from Colombia, Gran Colombia, that you get a shipment from as Peru. And what these are basically special musketeers. So unlike normal musketeers, they don't have any multipliers against cavalry, but they do have a sword, and that sword ends up doing a lot of damage, because you can see right here their guard upgrade already allows them to do about 45 hand attack. So almost about the same hand attack as a hussar, a guard hussar. So I mean, they're great for just fighting in melee, but their range attack is not bad either. A range attack of about what is that, 30 or 38? 30, so the range attacks are not too bad. But yeah, generally they're really good at melee, which will make them quite good against Incas and their Huamacas. Oh, nature is on the fight. Look at that. The monkeys are attacking. Planet of the Apes. The monkeys are attacking them. Viringo doesn't even care. I don't think he's even paying attention. He's just going for the fight. He's going for the fights. Problem is, though, he's going to have to deal with the Independentistas now and their high damage. Trying to group himself up into the palm trees there to make it hard for the Huamacas to really swarm on him. Did save a few vills, though. He's going to try sieging that Tombo, though. Horse Grenadiers, as you know, have some pretty decent siege because they will throw grenades. So, yeah. Gonna be better than those little torches that the infantry normally use. Now he's aging up to H3. He's gonna ship some of these units, I presume. Should prob target this one, since this one here is the weakest one. Start sieging away at the Oshnu. What would be aging up with the Sun Warrior, right, for the Bolaz Warriors? Has some Huamacas there. what's Ungurs' next plan going to be? So he's going to switch. He's going to ship Lanceros, and he's going to keep training Vivinderas. So he's going the Juanita Muy Bonita route. Lots and lots of skirms. Pretty good move, honestly, because all that Inca can really do is the Ocarunas, which is sort of their version of the Coyote Runner. And that would force Viringo to change his economy to food and wood, basically, which he is getting wood right now, but, yeah, you get the point. Get some Bolas warriors there. Oh boy, gets that one out. Vivendelas, Lanceros, and Independentistas. Last chance for Viringo to push this back. The grenades are honestly making a huge difference there, doing some pretty massive area effect damage. Is trying to do the Ocarunas now, these colorful green guys here. With their big giant clubs. But it looks like a GG. I don't know. I think Viringo may be overextended too much, and he didn't pay attention to his base when it was getting raided. Imagine if Viringo could have gone like 2 stacks of Ocarunas here. That would have been a totally different match right now. Big time, so I think that's like a big lackluster situation here for Viringo. Was just not, Viringo just wasn't, doubling up on the units that they should have here to win that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this one was neck and neck. Like, Viringo almost had more resources than him, you can tell. It's probably the closest one we saw all day. But Vivenderas, 35 Juanitas Muy Muy Bonitas were able to inflict this much devastation on the military. Yeah. Quite big, actually. Yep, big thing here, and then skirmishers just whittled it down like that. Absolutely crazy how that went. That was a really close one there for Viringo. He almost got that one, too. He almost got that one. Insane, actually, how that went. Big time. Big time. So what's the next game going to be? Because I have to check that out now, too. Have to see what our game is actually going to be here. So it's going to be one by Cap. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 between Gilder and Cap. So it's going to be a high level game. This is going to be 2 skilled opponents. Gilder's going to use Cappy's favorite civ, Germans, and Cappy's going to use one of his other favorite civs, Ottomans. Yeah, so the Germans versus the Ottomans. Very anti-historically accurate from a World War I standpoint, but who cares at this point? Both very strong S-tier civs going against each other is always nice. What is the recording title? G for Gilder? GG? Not GG. Well, somebody's going to get GG'd, but we don't know yet. That's what we have to find out. Who will get GG'd here? Gilder... Yep, Germany versus Ottomans. What will the map be, though? Hopefully it's a good map. Generally, these players have been using ESOC maps, which are competitive, so most of these matches, I should say, are always on good maps where, basically there's no unfair advantage, I would say, pretty much. Yeah. This map, for instance, is one of my favorites. It's called Hudson Bay. Basically a competitive version of Saguenay, where you got, mostly a land map with a lot of hunts on it and mines. You got the trade route either in the middle or sometimes a bit of a different setup. And then you get these little islands here that you can potentially land units on, and you can even put docks on. And then other than that, it's just a really nice body of water that has a lot of fish and whales on it too. So this is actually a good map to have if you're the Greeks, so you can use those free fishing boats. So if Ungurs was on this map against Viringo, I think it wouldn't have been as close of a match, honestly, but that's just me yapping. So let's yap about this game in real detail, if possible. So it looks like over here we got Germany with Gilder, and then Cappy is over here with the Ottomans. In general, this is going to be a very tight match. Both players are on a similar skill level, and both players are on a rather similar tier list level in terms of their civs. Both are S tier players with S tier civs. Ottomans' biggest emphasis is either on H2 rushing, fast fortress, or fast industrial, just like they are in the 5th edition, actually. So really, the Ottomans in Wars of Liberty are pretty similar to the 5th edition in Asian Dynasties Ottomans, pretty much across the board there. So Safahi timing, Bombard timing, Falconets, Abyss Janissary, all those builds, from mainly the Asian Dynasties, but somewhat the 5th edition are going to make a difference here, pretty much. As for Gilder, though, on the other side, playing is the Germans. He's playing a very different civ than we remember. This is not your grandma's Germany, not your grandma's pretzel and sauerkraut sandwich. No. This Germany in Wars of Liberty has actually been reworked to have the bonuses of the British. So when you build this house called the Meizkesern, I have a bit of German ancestry, so I should know how to call that, but I don't. Let me try it now. It's a Meizkeserne, All right, Meizkeserne or something like that, or a Meizkesern or something like that. Basically, it's the Germans' version of the manor house. You build one, you get a free villager. So this Germany can actually manor boom, and that's why you see another house being made right now, actually. Notice how Gilder chopped some extra wood in Age 1 so he could get an early second manor going to get another free villager. So this is basically going to put Gilder ahead by 2 villagers now, even before his... it's going to be 2 extra villagers because I'm presuming he's going to do 3 settlers, right? Yeah, so he's going to do 3 settlers there. So he's going to be 2 villagers ahead at this point, which is very good, As you know, with the regular British civ, not the Pretzelian one, but the actual fish and chip being British civ and DE, they can be ahead by up to 20 villagers using manor house booming. So Gilder is well on his way to getting ahead, as you can see. Very good. Whereas the Ottomans, in contrast, are going to be spending their wood on the trade route. As you know, Ottoman players love their trading posts. It's one of the most important things that an Ottoman player can do, because for Ottomans, they really do well with their shipment timing. So shipping in their Janissaries on time, getting all those crates in, getting their Mamluks or their Safais. It's really vital to get your trading posts early as the Ottomans, and that's exactly what Cap is going to do. In the transition from Age 1 to 2, Cap will likely start to construct his other trading posts rather quickly once the Vils get a chance to get off their hunts for a while and start doing some wood. He could actually go after this treasure as well. This is a good setup here for that. So He's going to take the trade route first, though, I think. Yeah, because in general, when you're an explorer, and you got this type of a treasure here for the Saskatoon trees, you can generally take out one of the riflemen with your ability and then go into sword combat with the other one to take him out. And they'll grant you some nice food at the end, pretty much, yeah. Not that it matters as much, he's playing the Ottomans here, so that means villagers are created automatically for free. Automatically, get it? Yeah, you get it. I hope you get it. But yeah, basically, you don't have to pay any food to get these villas. They're like food stamp villagers, basically. Yeah, food stamp villagers. Yeah, they're when you don't have any food, pretty much. Yeah, but what's Germany doing? So Germany's doing the Bürger, The Burgermeister gives you about 440 coin. And going with the Artisan for 400 wood. That's telling me the Cap is going to play aggressively this game. He's likely going to go Jan Abbas. This is a build we see Cap do all the time nowadays, is Jan Abbas. Janissaries for anti-cav, Abbas Gunners for anti-infantry. Until you get enough of them to start attacking the base altogether and start really pressing on the Vils. Right now, was he? Oh, yep, he's going to get the last trading post now with that wood. And as you see with the deck here, the way the Ottomans usually set up, you basically fill Age 2 with the brim full of resource crates, so you can send one after another after another. And then when you run out of these, then you can start sending your delis, which is your hand cav, and then the janissaries. Yep. Bit of similarities to the 5th edition in that sense, that Wars of Liberty also uses delis instead of hussars, and then they also use humbaraces instead of normal grenadiers too. Those ones are not Western-style grenadiers, by the way, so they're like the old ones, and they just throw bombs all day, pretty much. So I figured I'd point that out. That some old-school grenadiers still exist in this game, too. They're just very rare and far between. For only certain civs like Egypt, and Ottomans, and a few others like the Maori and stuff can do that. Barracks will be going up. Oh, he's getting a stagecoach too, because the trade route is rather small. Very good move there by Cap, because now he's going to be able to deliver resources on this stagecoach of his choosing, which will lead to a very big stack of Jan Abbas. Already queuing up the Janissary queue right here. Is going to get the coin now, so he can already start to get a big batch of the Abbas gunners out once his foundry is done. Germany, though, will be doing 700 wood. How many manners are we on at this point? We got 4, 5 manners. And that means 5 extra Vils ahead. If he gets the wood, he will be able to likely get 2 barracks. And then, well, wait a second. What should he do here, actually? This is a tough question, actually. This is why in the tier list they actually have Ottomans as ahead of Germans on the tier list, because even if you get your 700 wood in as the Germans, you go double barracks, Ottoman will always win with their Abbas in the back. So this is a really nasty situation for Germany to be in. Right, the best other thing they could do is like get a stable for Hussar, but that's about it, really. Yeah. Yep, as I said, Germany here basically has all German, British-style stuff, so they don't have Doppelsolners anymore or anything like that, or war wagons. They do get just regular dragoons, Royal Guard Hussars, Royal Guard muskets. Yeah, almost imagine you're looking at the British here, except that these British actually know how to brush their teeth so they don't appear yellow and stink and stuff. Yeah, that's basically the only difference is good dental hygiene with this civ. And the only yellow thing with this civ is the mustard, probably. That's pretty yellow, but nothing else really. Even that's like a modern invention, right? Like yellow mustard. Like old school mustard was more of a brown sort of ground type of topping. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but I like both. I like the old. I don't know. It depends. If I want like something basic on my stomach, I'll just have normal yellow. But occasionally, I have some more. I've had some brown ones too. The browner mustard's usually more spicy. Usually, so if you're a mustard enthusiast, definitely try the spicy one every now and then. And I've had some. That are more white colored too, with horseradish mixed in, which are also pretty hot too. Definitely something for you to try if you're tired of the same old stuff on your hot dogs and hamburgers. Looks like right now we got a mass of Jans and a backup of Abbas. Now, what's going to go on here? Are we going to see the, well, looks like there's going to be siege on to the barracks there with the Jans and the Abbas. Yeah. Oh boy. Can Cap check his micro here? If he can, I think he's in pretty good shape. See, these line infantry can't even really target these Jans. He's going to use this moment because he's got some units out there anyways. He's going to put some into them. Oh, no, he's got the Explorer there. That's so annoying. Because if the Explorer wasn't there, he could have probably reached across and maybe got one of these Abyss. But now he's like totally surrounded. Like a pack of wolves around you, and he can't even really do much here. No. Good. Classic Cap Janissary Abyss situation. Always totally something else. He does have a stable for Hussar, though, so I mean, he could potentially salvage this. But no, his Jans are going to get right in the... Yep. Let's see. Oh, yep. Up, 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 up. He's got another bats, though, so it's not over yet. Up, up. Oh no, he's not targeting. He's not targeting. He's letting him die. Oh no. He could ship his other Hussars though, but is it even worth it? His economy is grinded though. Like, yeah, no, I totally get it. I mean, Cap at this point has like 3 trading posts on food. So he's bringing in a lot of food right now. Hunt and trade, so yeah. Basically. Yeah, and this is pretty scary too. Like, the trade economy actually went over the extra bills that Gilder was getting out of those manor booming. Oh yeah. That was like really something there. I mean, if we look at this is what Jan Abyss does to everybody, by the way. It just melts your composition. Once they engage, it's like, boop, like that. It's gone. And there's not much you can do to usually recover it, depending on what your Civ's roster is. Some Civs can get luckier than others, other ones not so much, and it can be a bit more daunting to deal with, pretty much. Yeah. And let's move into the next one now. So these are going to be some Gilder games. GG's. GG's Gilder games. Let the Gilder games begin. Let's see. Mapuche versus Sweden, Ethiopia versus Argentina, and Tupi versus Belgium. Let's see Mapuche versus Sweden first. I wonder who the opponent's going to be. Definitely be a worthwhile watch, I think. Most definitely. Definitely looking forward to this one for sure. Ooh, Ungurs. We're going to have an Ungurs versus Gilder one. The map is Fertile Crescent once again, so we're not going to show the map and do the whole intro thing because we've already seen the map at least once. So there's no point in doing that. Oh yeah, Snaky. That's one of the unique things about playing these ZSOC maps in Wars of Liberty is you do sometimes get the snakes, the cobras as the treasure guardians, which you don't have in the Legacy game. Thought I'd point that out. They're pretty cool, you know. They sliver just like the snakes in Age of Mythology with their animation and everything. Very fun unit to come across. Yeah. Well, how do I start this? So we got to access Mapuche versus Sweden. As we've seen in the first game of the stream, the Ungurs Mapuche is rather based off of Mawadanche abuse, followed by Age 3 shipments. And Gilder is going to have a few options to deal with this. He can either go Beverangar Rush in early game and really pressure those Mawadanches very early on, or he can try to go for an Age 3 and get skirmishers, Hussatrupes, that sort of unit class to deal with this. And both options have their ups and downs, I would say. So it's really going to come down to what Gilder feels most comfortable with dealing with the Mapuche. Yeah. And we're also going to have to check out the Swedish deck to see what nuances it has as well. Obviously, you don't have to check the deck as Mapuche because they all come in from the War Chief. So they literally have every card in their entire universe that they can send against you, which is always scary, because you just don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to send resource crates in? Are they going to send military against me? Are they going to just sit back and go greedy with their upgrades and defenses? Send Pukaras in. It really is a challenge when you're dealing with the Mapuche opponent of exactly predicting what they're going to do. But in general, there's a few known patterns with them. They're either going to go Mawadanche first, or they're going to usually go Trengalav. Trengalav or Mawadanche. Either the assault unit or the special unit. Starting with Wakalaf is most certainly going to be fatal for them. Going with their hand cav. Really bad idea since their scout unit is really cringe against normal units, but it has like really big multipliers against spies, mercenaries, heroes, and native warriors and consulate units, so good against special units. Yeah. That's why you always see Trengalavs be used and not the actual Kev, because the Trengalavs more specialists against infantry. Across the board. Usually. Oh, wow. He actually went for an early sawmill. This is something we see some Swedish players do, but not all of them, is they go for a sawmill in age 1, so they can generate a lot of wood early on to synergize with their strategy. Because see what's going to happen here now is once Gilder gets into age 1 to 2, he's actually going to be able to really take advantage of Land Mana Party and really ensure he has enough wood to get out his market technologies and his extra villagers from that very quickly. Something he's really going to want to do against this Mapuche Civ, who's likely going to, again, ship 3 vills followed by 5 vills as part of whatever sort of FF type setup they're going to do, pretty much, yeah. We'll see, though. Other than that, it looks like in general, most of the military emphasis is on age 3. When you see 700 coin, 600 coin in this sort of thingy, this is usually a sign that Sweden's really going to be focused on going to age 3 this time. To get the mainly the skirm shipments out, but depending on what's going on, Dragoon shipments can be really good against Mapuche. Because, as I said before, their scout tag cavalry is very trash against everything except special units. So all the fast things that Gilder has to worry about are part of the assault class, which means Dragoons will be able to counter those really well. So, I mean, I don't know if Gilder necessarily built a counter deck to Mapuche or what, but he does have the ability to do really well here if he can get to age 3 and make those shipments count. That's all I will say. Biggest danger will be those Mawadanches, though. Those Mawadanches will be his biggest threat. If we can deal with the Mawadanches and nip those off early, I think the rest of the units can probably be dealt with appropriately as Sweden, Sweden and Mapuche are both high-tiered civs in the tier list, so, yeah. They're going to both do very well in these types of matchups across the board. Grabbing a bit of coin, it looks like there. Where did he get? Oh, yeah, that's his starting coin. For those that don't know, one pro tip you can do in a 1 versus 1 or actually any game in Age of Empires 3, always leave the coin behind at the start of the game. That way you can save villager seconds on the hunts. That means you might age up slightly faster. Yeah, those that decide to grab the coin crate will be losing a good number of villager seconds and can actually fall a bit behind slightly in food. So, kind of a neat little tip to learn, pretty much. Does not have land mana party yet, so really can't start getting in those market techs until he does so at that point. Yep. And from there, what do we got? Well, let's look at the Mapuche player. So Mapuche is started out with Mawadanche, and now they're going to go for 700 coin. So this is looking like another sort of naked FF type build for Mapuche. Already starting to pressure pretty badly with these units. Yep. Now, the question is, what happens with Sweden? Can they get up in time to deal with this, or what? Also, what is the age up going to be for Sweden, actually? The Aristocrat, very good choice. I believe the Aristocrat gives you 2 villagers and 2 cows, semi-fang cows. So a bit of herdables and a bit of villies. Probably needs every villager he can get in this situation to try to keep up with the Mapuche. Yeah, though, looks like my party is almost in. Does get some Minutemen, though. Oh boy, he's going to get some Minutemen and start going after these Mawadanches right away. He's not even messing around with these things. He knows how dangerous these things are. Let's see if he can take 1 or 2 of them down. That would be a huge advantage here. So they both have equal movement speed, so it's not like you can really chase them down at all. Oh, he's going to snare him with the Explorer. Now, that's a pretty nifty strategy to ensure he gets all the damage he wants. Oh, no, he moved all the... Oh, no, he's going to save the cows. He's going to save his hamburgers. He moved his shipment all the way up there. A bit of a flop there, honestly, but it's all right. He is doing okay with dealing with the Mawadanches, so he got 1 down. Another one. He should be able to get 1 more, at least. At this point, Ungurs should have been splitting up his targeting there so he could take out multiple Minutemen. So he can one-shot them. Well, actually, it doesn't look like he can one-shot them just yet, though, unfortunately. Ooh, boy. Yep, and now calling in the war chiefs to defend the last Mawadanche he's got. Yeah, that thing's almost down. Big time. Now, with going with the early sawmill like this actually gives Gilder the option of avoiding Norland logging till later in the game. Because now he doesn't need Norland logging to get any sawmills because he already has one, which means now he can focus more on getting his crates in, maybe getting a bank in, setting up more for an early game military to deal with Mapuche. So he's a bit more prepared than Viringo was in his matchup against the Ungurs Mapuche. Ungurs at this point would be aging up with the shaman. So I was already doing that. Sent in probably about 5 villagers. Question is, what will the next shipment be? Probably Traucatufes from the military war chief here, I would presume. At least that's what I think he's going to do. Let's see here. Oh boy. Yeah, you're gonna have to kite that war chief. Oh, get the military one. Yeah, good. Very good. That's the best one to get right there. That actually makes an astronomical difference because now Ungurs can't ship in Tralca to fight him, which means Gilder actually gets a small window to actually hold down Ungurs' tempo here in this matchup. Yeah, looks like he found the war hut as well. So I mean, man's doing pretty good here. So, siege the war hut if possible, or not. Yeah, maybe he wants a little bit more military. Perhaps, mayhaps. He is getting to eat the cows now for their meat, which is good. A little bit of extra food. Moo moo meat. Very nice. Sawmill going up there. What you got now? You can get a bank or you can get coin. Yeah, this is the secret way to really ruin the Mapuche Civ, is actually to target down their war chiefs, because then they actually can't get any shipments at all when they're in real trouble. Yeah. Can't get military ones and can't get the support ones either. Which means he's going to have to train all his army for now. Directly. He can get crates though, so that's one thing that Ungurs can do here, is actually get crates. Let's get a Vil. Let's get a Vil though. I'm honestly surprised Gilder isn't pushing harder here with double barracks. You know, I would be in this situation. You got the advantage of taking out his shipments, his ability to get extra units. Why not just rush that war hut now and get him into his base to a point where he can't strike back? You got a huge window here and you're not using it. It's really unfortunate, you know. Oh, he goes for a stable. Alright, that's good. I mean, I didn't even think of that, because if he ends up going with Tralca from the war hut, he's going to need Hussar for that. So, a bit of foresight there from Gilder. Yeah, you got a nice window still, though. Oh, no, now he can ship those in. See, now he's going to lose that opportunity. So now Ungurs can start shipping in things. He's going to ship in 5 Mawadanches, which is going to be really painful for Gilder to deal with. Quite painful, actually. Hopefully Gilder can get some Hussars out at least. He can afford them. I mean, whether he queues them or not is up to him. Yeah, get the Hussars going. These Viringos from before have survived, about 4 of them. Yeah, I would keep these Viringos in a safe spot until the Hussars can intervene. At least that's what I would do here. Yeah. One thing to note about these Mawadanches too is that they regenerate when they're idle. Which means that's how he was basically able to heal this is. It has that same heal when idle functionality that the Safahi does in the 5th edition. So, pretty neat how these things can last a pretty long time if you take care of them. Stack of about 5 Hussars, then 1 more is queuing in now. Post going up there. Five more hussars. More Viringos. One thing to note here, even though the Maudanches deal multipliers against these Hussars, they do not have any hack armor, which means Hussars deal full damage to them in their melee range, yeah. He probably should have just went into melee with the Viringos, to tell the truth, honestly. Would be a good way to mess up their targeting and everything. Yeah, big time. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why he's producing so slow right now. He could get another barracks or something. Okay. Why are you idling over here? Do something. Go to the trees. That's part of the problem, is he's idling over there. He's idling with this one too, technically. Yeah, I just feel like Gilder in this one had a big window when the war chief was down to start pressing on this war hunt. He was just like sleeping. Like he was like dreaming about Juanitas Bonitas or something like that in his head, when he should have been just like really just running down the line there and taking the building out and keeping Mapuche in their base and less mischief, pretty much, yeah. We'll see how the next one goes, but definitely two very skilled opponents here, so we'll see how it goes. I would say definitely Ungurs is like on another league, since he's like ESOC tournament material, whereas Gilder is world material, War's Liberty material, which is still good, but nothing compared to some of the people I've did production for on ESOC TV. Those matches are pretty insane, definitely. So what's this one going to be? Let's find out. Ethiopia versus Argentina. I'm kind of curious who's doing which one there. We'll find out, though. We'll find out. So we got Ungurs as Argentina, and Gilder is Ethiopia. Now, this could be a very interesting match. I think we could pause a second and just look at the map real quick, since we're on a new one. We are on Arkansas. In Definitive Edition, this map is actually located in India. Thus, you don't have deer, you have some Gandhi animals. You don't have Cherokee, you would have the Odyssey, and then obviously on both versions you would have this trade route down here. So, yep, point to point that out. Also, you can walk through this water, by the way. You don't need a boat to go through here. You can literally walk through it. Figured I'd point that out as well. Your feet might get a little wet, and your socks might get a little bit soggy, but otherwise very good. Yeah. Now, we have two slow start civs here, so I don't think we're going to see anybody out rushing anyone here right now. This is kind of a pretty perfect matchup, I think, in Ethiopia versus in Argentina. Two civs that like to take their time in the early game to get going before they really start going full steam ahead. Whereas I think Ethiopia might be a bit more of an extreme version of that. For Argentina, it's imperative for them to get their pasture going and ideally certain cards out of the way before they really go into full military. Whereas Ethiopia does better the later they wait and the more they turtle. If they can fight in age 4, hats off to them. If they can fight in age 5, really hats off to them. If they can fight in Great War Age, boy, I don't know what the other person is doing, but you're doing great. Yeah. That's pretty much it with Ethiopia. They're a massive turtle sieve that benefits from fighting later rather than earlier. Whereas for Argentina, they just need to get their herdable stuff out of the way, and then they can really start getting to work, pretty much. Getting the job done. Once they reach that threshold, they're pretty much all set. Usually, once you get about 1 to 2 pastures, get your butcher's card out of the way, then Argentina can really start going into full military and committing to Patricio, Infernal, or adding in one of the anti-infantry units with them. So, yeah, basically. Starts with 3 gauchos. What is the ARG deck, by the way, here? Ooh, wow. Wow. Wait a second. This man does not have Similones, and he does not have butchers. Playing it like an old school Argentina, I see. Wow. Does have Solideros, though. Does have the Solideros card, at least. Very, very interesting. I don't know. I think Ungurs is giving up a huge leg up here in the later part of the game, but maybe he'll be a little bit more responsive in the early game to rush with this setup. Yeah, he's just going to have to make sure that he holds down the hunts, though. Which with Argentina is a bit easier since your villagers are the gauchos, which are mounted on a horse or a jorse. And they can get around very quickly, as you can imagine. Yeah, movement speed of about 6. So yeah, this is going to be really important for Ungurs to be able to hold his hunts. Because if he doesn't, then I think he might be in a really big problem of a situation. So yeah, just pointing that out now. Because he's not going to be able to rely on those herdables for a very long amount of time. And he's not going to get much food of them. He's not going to be able to eat off of them as fast as he could if he had butchers there. Yep, whereas Ethiopia is going yellow Marketech with Maria Teresa Letter. In general, Ethiopia does pretty well when they start out with the yellow library text because this will grant them crates of food right back to them. So you give a little food, get a little food in return. All the while you can start getting your market techs going, your farming ones, and all the liking, pretty much. And then he's going to get piped water. So he's probably going to go red, yellow, blue. It's his age up combo to age up, it looks like. Not bad. In general, the blue text will allow your houses to contain more population space and gives all your buildings except for walls more hit points. Yeah, see this house here, the apartment starts out supporting 5 population, and as you get more market techs, or I should say library techs, then it can house more population. Eventually, you can get these apartments to house about 35 population, which is much more than a longhouse even for the Haudenosaunee Civ. So that's definitely that to consider. And then also, as the Ethiopians from your town centers, they produce something called a porter over time for free. These porters, these portable guys here, can turn into any building you want. They can turn into a garrison, a tower, a palace, you name it. They can turn into just about anything. Yeah. Which is pretty good. Looks like getting a garrison down over there. Yep, pretty much. From the garrison, you can make all your age 2 units. So, bowmen, spearmen, camel riders, which is a cav. Your firebrand, which is a siege unit, as well as your Neftanya. Not to be confused with the Neftanyas from the 5th edition. These Neftanyas are actually muskets and not skirms. Look pretty similar. Not 100%, but pretty similar. So here comes the camels right now. The camel rider statistically has the stats of a Cossack. So it's 1 pop, but lower HP, lower attack, but still cheaper. So, yeah, I figured I'd point that out there. Yep. So here comes an apartment. So how is Argentina set up? So they're going barracks. They go Italian immigrants, it looks like. Italian immigrants have the disadvantage of not having a available military battalions in Age 2. But they do have the add bonus of giving you a few extra villas to work with the Italian farmers, who, are good at farming. So they're good at mills and they're good at plantations. And it gives you a wagon to an Italian house where the Italian farmers can farm. Yeah, they can farm here. See the little green around the Italian house? Those are probably tomato plants. So they're really picking a lot of tomatoes there to make some nice tomato sauce for my spaghetti and meatballs, or my chicken parm, or my lasagna, or whatever else pasta they're doing. Yeah. Definitely. Here comes the Patricios. Nice stack of muskets. Compared to the Neftanyas, I will say that the Patricios are probably statistically stronger in this matchup. Yep. Most definitely. They have about a hit point of about 200. And their stats are pretty good otherwise, but they are a bit more expensive than the average musket and food. Camel riders looking for a spot to raid on at this point. Does garrison the Italian workers in to deal some more damage to the camel rider trailing behind. Nope, he's not going to stop for that one. Alright, not bad. And here comes the Demoftars. They used to be called Demoftars, and then they were changed to Neftanyas. These ones, as you can see, definitely a lot less hit points and less damage. But the thing is, over time they will become much better, because the red library text for Ethiopia will increase the ranged attack of gunpowder units and buildings. So Neftanyas over time will actually get upgraded much more times than Argentina does with their Patricios, making them really good to dishing out damage, basically, over time. Now, I don't know how that's going to work in the early game, but we'll have to see exactly where that goes. Could really go either way, really. The one thing that Ethiopia does enjoy is the fact that they can afford to turtle for a very long time with the right cards and porter decisions. So, yeah, it's totally possible here that Ethiopia can basically hold this out for as long as possible if they want to draw this out. They can totally do that using towers that they build with their free porters, and just place them in areas that will prevent Argentina from really plowing in. Unfortunately, though, he's trying to pressure at a time when he doesn't have a lot of mass to work with there. Nope. Very good. So what does Ethiopia? So they're going to ship in about 6 Neftanyas now. So sticking to Neftanyas, it looks like. Musket versus musket. Whereas Ungurs is going to ship in his 770 coin. Notice how the coin crates for Argentina have a little bit of extra coin in them, about 110 coin instead of 100, because they're silver coin crates. And apparently the silver coin is more valuable than the normal coin to get in this game. So yeah, 770 coin instead of 700. Because each of those crates has an additional 10 added onto them, basically. With the large crate having 50 additional coin in them. Alright, looks like Neftunia's still trying to make some damage in here, but not quite. Town center cover fire is too much, as well as the defense of those Patricios. Right there. call. Should be good now to continue. Alright, where did we leave off? Basically, Gilder is still trying to pressure with the Neftanyas here, but unfortunately the Patricios have much more hit points than the Neftanyas, so it's going to be a bit tricky in this skirmish for the Neftanyas to even win. They're going to need mainly numbers and eventually upgrades to really do better against them. This card in particular is usually the best one for Ethiopia to get if you're going to go Neftanya. It is called the Dum Dum Bullets. And basically, in reality, that means that these bullets are wooden, so they actually splinter off when you shoot them. But in Wars Liberty World, that means that they get area of effect, like about one splash, but that also means that the bullets will deal slightly less damage, about 15% less damage than the normal bullets do. So you lose a bit of damage, but you gain area of effect, which is arguably a lot better. Definitely a lot better in that sense, yeah. Trying to use the camel riders as a bit of a distraction there since there's so few of them. And to snare a bit as well. Ooh, okay, so he's actually doing somewhat alright here and chasing the Patricios down. Big time. Is getting this card, this technology here, telephone, which I believe is the third. I believe that's the third yellow upgrade at the library, which means he's going to get quite a bit of food for that. He's actually going to get even more food for that from that than even he gets from the tech. He has to pay to get the technology, so he's going to actually make some food on that trade, which is pretty good. Is Args now making a stable, it looks like? Loses a Gaucho, though. Is aging up to age 3 through the second Italian wave. Main reason for sticking with the same immigrant is because he's basically dealing with pressure in his base, and if he goes for a new immigrant, there's a good chance that the Neftanyas could target his wagon and just eliminate it on the spot. So better to just stick with the immigrant you got, get some new technologies, get a nice added perk, because basically now he's going to get a lot of food crates for sticking with the Italians a second time that he can put right away into heavy cavalry, provided he can get the stable up, which I think he can do. Because now it's going to go much more in Argentina's favor, because now they can add in escoltas, which is their assault unit, which means they're going to be great against musketeers. In particular, the Latin American escoltas have multipliers against heavy infantry with their lances. Multipliers of about 3x against heavy infantry, which means they'll be dealing a really good amount of damage per hit against these Neftanyas. Really good amount of damage across the board, yeah. And then you still have the little group of Patricios here too to back them up as well, which is quite good. Also shipping in the Granadero Caballo, otherwise known as the Horse Grenadiers. We already know what they work like when we saw Ungurs using them as Peru against Viringo. Basically throw a grenade, cool down for 60 seconds, and in that cooldown period you're just slashing your sword pretty much. So like a hussar. Yep. In general, these horse grenadiers can harass the Neftanyas at range and then pull out and let the other units fight, continuously dealing that heavy anti-infantry damage into their ranks. 1,100 coin coming in now for Argentina. It's a pretty big lump sum, pretty much. Taking out that treasure guard, it looks like. 2 sheepies. In particular, that's great for Argentina because they can put that onto their pasture. But unfortunately, no pastures for Argentina yet, so they're actually quite behind in food. Ungurs has been been playing a very traditional type of Argentina setup here, pretty much. So, yep, pretty old school setup from him. We'll see, though, if any damage can be done with these hand cav, though. Yeah. It's like an F10 does go down. Garrison, will the garrison go down? Got about 2 revolving cans, it looks like. Also some units to deal with assault units and artillery. Which, revolving cans, those are obviously artillery. Yep. Overall, though, Gilder still enjoys a numbers advantage with his large army of muskets, which he's probably going to try to press with here, it looks like, yeah. But he's going to have to make sure that the revolving cans stay alive. The one added little perk when you have rapid-fire machine guns like the revolving cannons, which are very close to the Gatling gun, they do really well against mounted units usually because of their rapid succession fire. Makes them really good for melting cavalry. We'll see right here. Like, yeah, look at them just melting that horse grenadier without much of a struggle. Also being used here to dent the units really well too. Yep, gets another. Ooh, look at that rapid fire succession there. Gets veteran up onto the patricios, but kind of like, yeah. Not really that. Oh no, he's abandoning the artillery. No, don't do that. No. No, you could have fended that off. You're going to lose that artillery now. He's not targeting either. He's like targeting the explorer, and it's like, nah, try to get a patricio down or something. Like, yeah, you got to be a little bit more strategic with your formation there. You can't just let the artillery leave the world that quick. You know what I mean? You need that artillery there for a reason. It's good against infantry, and then even good against cavalry. It's also good against artillery because the revolving cannons do have multipliers against artillery too. So I mean, it's really good against everything in the right numbers. You know what I mean? That's why Zulu can really abuse them with their U functionality. With enough resources, they can like pump out like 50 of them. Oh, it's absolutely insane. I don't even think I even mentioned that in the tier list streams before, what you can do with the revolving cannons of Zulu. If you have enough gold, you can like pump out like 20 revolving cannons past your population space and just melt bases, infantry, and everything with them. And force them into total culverin mode. Oh, it's totally something different, you know. Also, Lad thinks it's okay to run Ormo horsemen into units. Like, come on, man, you're slipping. You're slipping today. Well, not today, but whenever this match was played. This match was played like, I think like a week ago or something, so he's been slipping for quite a while. Down the slippery slope, as they say. In general, these are basically the same as Spanish Lancers, so they have multipliers against infantry. So, good against infantry. Yep. I think they have a bit more hand armor, though, than some assault units do. How do they? These have about 30 hand armor. The Ormos, I believe, have about 40 hand armor. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. Right now is doing more Neftanyas with the... Well, he was going to get Camel Rider, but I think he canceled that out, right? Yeah. He's just getting chased down by larger numbers of ranged troops now. At this point, the units are actually an infantry threat because of their wide army size and their hit points. You know, their hit points are actually making them viable against the muskets, which is kind of scary. But I saw that sort of thing the other day when I was Colombia against another civ. I was doing a Colombia mirror, and the Unets were actually beating my conscripts because they had so much hit points that statistically they were more valuable troops than my muskets were. And I was like, wait a second, what's going on here? This might be like a new sort of thing to watch out for, you know? Oh, big time. The main issue why that was a big problem there was because Colombia doesn't have like a normal skirmisher unit that they can deal with that with. So yeah, that's being a real problem there, pretty much. Yeah. And now we're gonna go on to the last Ungurs game versus Gilder, pretty much. Yep. Let's do this one now. Let's make it happen. So what's this one going to be? It is going to be, if I look at the recordings names here, it's going to be Tupi, I believe, right? Tupi versus Belgium. Alright, Tupi versus Belgium. That's not too bad. Let's do that one now. Alright, so this should be pretty good. Let me just get the targeting off here. Very good. Okay, so we got Belgians versus the Tupi. Yep. So Tupi, as you know, are known for being a very good rusher, very early, focusing on large swarms of units versus statistics. So yeah, really good for massing these really squishy units like ants, like the strength of ants pretty much, and then they just run them all over your base. Yeah, also Tupi has cheaper buildings, but they have less hit points. Like if we look at this TC over there, notice that it only has about 2,600 HP, which is very, very minute. Not that big, actually. Now, on the other hand, the Belgians are much more about map control. Namely, they use their starting wagon called the Frontier Wagon to either build a trading post, a outpost, or a tavern to make mercenaries. This map does not have any trade since it's the Thar Desert, so the only thing you can do with that thing as far as train post is concerned would be to actually build on the Sudasi site down there. Really. So, but what he's going to do instead, which is probably smart considering your opponent is the Tupi, is he's going to build a redoubt, which is a renamed outpost, pretty much. Yeah, a renamed outpost. That's exactly it. Yeah. And from there, essentially, the Belgians are going to have to play this very carefully. Very carefully. Because, see, the Tupi has three big concerns when they're Russian. They got their Oibisi Archer, which is, an archer unit, fires very quickly, has multipliers against heavy infantry and dragoons. The Yibrahara, which is a sort of like a double axe unit that is technically a pikeman that has like really good multipliers against cav. And then the Maratakores, which is a clubman, basically their sort of coyote runner that has multipliers against artillery. So those are going to be the three main dangers that Belgians are going to have to deal with in Age 2. How they deal with it is up to them. Belgians in Age 2 have a pretty wide variety of options. They can go for line infantry, they can go grenadier, they can go volunteer, which is their early skirmisher, hussar, or they can go with their own African natives too, from their native embassy, which they can build from the start of the game. They can make the Zande spearmen, the Zande throwing knives, or the Zappazaps, pretty much, yeah. So a good number of units, pretty much. But what does this deck look like right now? What is he actually going to go for here? So we see 3 settler, 4 settler, some crates, line infantry, volunteer, royal decree. Probably was looking to use that on the trade route. Then H3, we got force publiques, 2 militaires, gatlings, and then line infantry in the fort. So it's got some pretty good shipping options, I will say that. But we'll have to see if they can hold up against the Tupi, though. Tupi is, a very dangerous civ to deal with, very powerful and very OP at times. And of course, as Tupi, your war chief, can indeed convert treasure guardians like some of the North American ones can, which is another added little perk pretty much, being a war chief. Looks like got a Mongol rider and a tiger. Maybe can get a lion too, which would be good. And just checking how much food he's got right now. So about almost 700. Gilder almost 800. So I think age up times are going to be kind of... Oh no, wait a second. Oh no, he's going to... Why'd you do that? You could have gotten it. Silly rabbit. You could have gotten that treasure for 30 food. I mean, it wasn't a lot, but you could have denied your opponent. Why did he retreat? He was in his little dance thing where he was moving slow, and he could have ran and grabbed it. I don't know. He played chicken way too early. Sir Mark D. Namar. You should have just went with it. I don't know. The Statesman, this is basically the same as the Governor General. Gives you about 200 coin and a redoubt wagon. And then you can even... Technically, you could build 2 redoubts because you'll get the frontier wagon you get with every age up, and then the redoubt wagon itself. So you can really turtle well here with that. Because normally you think of Belgians as being good on a trade route map, but in this situation where they have to hunker down and turtle, they can effectively already have like 3 towers already in their base without even shipping any in from the home city, which is quite good. Quite good. You don't even need frontier defenses for that. Quite a good thing to go for, honestly. Whereas Tupi, what's Tupi doing? Tupi probably went with the messenger since they're already aged up at that point. Now, what are they going to do in terms of pressure? Well, looks like they got their longhouse right over there right now. And they're probably going to go for raiding parties out of that, if I believe correctly. Basically, a raiding party is a special banner army they can make from their longhouse here, which contains 2 of their spearmen, 2 of their clubmen, and 2 of their archers in a mass of 6 units. So you can send it again and again to get a little bit of everything. So you can counter some cav, you can counter some skirms, and you can counter some muskets as a group, basically. Looks like he is using the big bun tech from the Tupi town center to mass out some archers from the TC, which is a pretty good idea, I think, honestly. So that's good. Now we got 2 frontier wagons right here. It's going to put a tower right here now and put one over here. So he is turtling very well right now, and he's going to try to defend this as best as possible. The thing about the Oibusi archers is that they have low hit points. So these towers will shred them very well. As long as he stays in the town center while the archers are in his base, I don't think the archers are going to be too big of a danger. They also don't do a whole lot of damage per hit either. It's only about 8 range damage. So it really takes a large mass of these Oibuses to actually even threaten your villager stats, which is quite good. Quite good, actually. And then it's going to ship in about 8 volunteer skirms now. Yep. Quite good. Comes a raiding party right now, actually. And now establishes a war hut to be able to train the units in individual batches, which is good. Yibrahara will be the unit of choice for siege, since it's a pikeman. So going for a mass of 8 skirms here and then 5 coming out of there to basically try to defend this area as much as possible. Alright, so about 11 volunteers. See if he can defend with those alone. Should be able to deal with the Oibacy as well and then be able to fight the anti-cav after that. So, I mean, at least for right now, Belgium is holding on very strongly here with this sort of turtle setup. From there, though, what is he going to do? Get some crates or get the line infantry, I'm presuming. Would be good to have a few bayonets mixed in to deal with the Maratekores from the raiding party, so they don't completely, so they don't chum block your volunteers from targeting other stuff, basically. Yeah, that's what I mean with that. Though the towers sort of already take care of that as long as you stay near the base. But it won't last forever, though. Eventually you might have to go out to get a hunt over here or here, and you're going to have to, you know, move away from the safety of the towers to make things happen. So yeah, pretty much. Looks like you got about 700 wood now. That will probably go into either towers, more volunteers, maybe a native embassy. It really depends on what Gilder is looking to do here, pretty much. Probably going to want to get a settler down here to grab that wood. Yeah, see, that's the problem sometimes. You forget where you deploy the shipment and then it ends up going in the area you don't quite expect. He actually had to take 3 settlers down there to get the wood. That's going to hurt his villager seconds on the food a little bit, just saying. So he's going to have to watch out for that. Right now, mostly Oibacy archers, a few Maratekores, and some Yibras. So a little bit of everything, as I said before. Now, with a few line infantry in there, you might be able to defend against those clubmen now. Still, I would stay in the base until you're really ready to move out and start pushing. Because if you can turtle in your base, get some good upgrades, get some good units, you're going to have the stats advantage over the Tupi player. If you let him overwhelm you with bigger numbers, then you run into problems. That's generally the rule of thumb against Tupi. If you can stay in your base and turtle and just get better troops, Tupi rarely is going to have strong enough troops to match you. You know what I mean? Like if Belgium can get a bunch of bicycle infantry with elephants and artillery or whatever, Tupi isn't really designed to deal with all that. You know, they got counters, but they're not the strongest pack of the bunch. You know, not at all. That's why he's sort of just hanging out around there in the middle of the map, just buying his time. So he knows he can get a big swarm going. About 10 clubmen now. He's going to start shipping in the line infantry as well. Yep. Hunting dogs is coming in this late. Should be a good asset, though, for food. I would try to get that hunting dogs upgrade a bit earlier, but I understand that he had a bit of a conundrum there with the archers at the start, so totally understandable. Now, this is where the towers are going to come real handy. He's going to be able to get a lot of range damage in here from these outposts. However, he's unable right now to really go after the spearmen, so those are going to start to eat the tower's HP rather quickly. Which could be a bit of an issue here, really. Yeah. Oh, he gets Minutemen too, so there's a bit of an emergency unit defense there as well, which is good. Big priority is probably to down the Spearman first. Oh, he's going into cover mode with this. Ooh, that's good. Very good with the Yibras. Very nice. Very good setup with that one. He's got one outpost still, so he's not totally undefended right now. Watch what happens to these Oibusi archers, though. They're sort of forced to retreat, and he's going to get a lot of them. He's going to be able to take out as much as he possibly can, so he doesn't have to deal with them for a while, if possible. Yeah.
Hello?
Here's the volunteers.
Commando. Ja. Ja. Klaar. Ja. Aanvallen. Ja.
Now you can start sieging at the warrant.
Klaar. Commando. Ja. Commando.
Some Minutemen.
Klaar.
How is Ungurs' eco right now? So his eco is holding together nicely. He can afford military from the war hut as well as the ability of adding in raiding parties from this one longhouse too. So holding on pretty well there with production. Whereas Gilder producing a lot more slowly out of one barracks. Over time, this mass on Tupi will become larger and thus more risky to Gilder's safety on the map. He's gonna have to watch out for that thing. I think if he had like 3 Hussar shipment, that would be a good way to close the gap, but he does not have 3 Hussars in his deck. Which is fine, but, you know, it just would have been a good card to have to be able to really put some good pressure on those archers and maybe get another good attack on his army. That would have been pretty swell, actually, yeah. Pretty much. Pretty good mass of infantry there. Gonna grab that wood now. Probably should just move that back to the TC, I think, because what happens if this gets sacked by the Yibras, then you're not going to get those crates and they might even be stolen. Wait a second, Jeff Argento was casting at the same time as I am. What's going on there? I was checking for the next record game and I'm like, wait a second. Jeffy, what are you doing, Juanito? Why didn't you watch this? Oh, probably because he wants to do them in Spanish. That's fine, yeah. Because, see, some people prefer to hear the castings in Espanol and some prefer to hear it in Juanito Gringo tongue. So, yeah, for people to understand English, I'm usually the best one. But if you only understand the Espanol palabras, then Jeff is probably more of your go-to then for casting, usually. Looks like in this situation, though, mass is becoming a real problem for Gilder to deal with. There's just so many archers to target at once. Like, if you can kite properly, I think you can do alright. But problem is that these archers have the same range as the volunteers, so kiting is not the most optimal thing sometimes to try to do here, you know? It's just really hard to deal with. And he's out of military type shipment, so it's not like he could come in with the hussars again and come down below and swoop them. Yeah, it's kind of a very tricky situation. In the older days, when grenadiers weren't changed over, you probably could have like gone to Foundry and did some grenadiers against this sort of thing and sent them flying, but those days have been gone for probably 2 years now. So I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Gotta make do with what you got, pretty much, right? Yeah.
Commando. Ja. Klaar.
Yeah, Gilda's practically out of food at this point. How many vills is he on by any chance? 26. Ungurs. 42. So, huge difference there in score. Big difference in score, actually. Yeah. Pretty much.
Commando.
I see Attorney's also streaming scenario editor in Discord. I should have him like make an arena scenario, like make the arena template, and then I could add in new civs over time and rework them and stuff. That would be pretty good. Could totally use arena in Wars of Liberty. That would be a good scenario. Arena in Wars of Liberty. Big time. Does look like Ungurs got the best of Gilder here as well. Ungurs has been doing really well today from our stream. He's won about 7 games today. 7 games, that's a pretty good record, I would say. 7 matches won. Not bad, quite impressive. Yep, pretty much. Yeah. I wonder what's going to happen when Jeff realizes that I'm still streaming. It's like, where am I going to get the viewers from? Everybody's watching the English-speaking gringo. Where am I going to find loyal Juanitos Bonitos to jump on in? Yeah, good question, actually. So how many more games have we got until we get to that mystery one? Got a lot of them, wow. Let's do Blockesimo versus Neftanyas. It's a Rommel 1 versus 1. B is for block. Which one would that be? This one, yep. Very nice. Who will be the opponents here? So it'll be Rommel versus Gilder. So who will be Russians? Rommel will be Russia. And Gilder will be the Ethiopians. So we're going to be seeing that Ethiopia once again from Gilder that they tried to use against Ungurs. This time he's going to have to face the Russian civ. Now, Russia is going to be kind of an interesting opponent to deal with here. See, the Russians, for the most part, are pretty much the same as the Russia you know from the Legacy game and the official Definitive Edition game, but they do get a cool little perk now that they couldn't do before. Basically, they can train these Ukrainian swordsmen from the Explorer called the Plastunis, and they have multipliers against treasure guardians, but they also count as cavalry, so they can actually be slightly decent against villagers in numbers, right? And obviously they're also going to be good against skirmishers too, and artillery. So almost like the Spanish dogs, war dogs, but slightly stronger, and they do get a charge attack as well, which is quite nice. Yeah. I feel like he's taking a lot more HP than he has to. He should just sit there and fight the wolves normally. Look at how many times he got bent in the ankles by just trying to micro this. Rommel really needs to just sit there and fight them normally. Imagine if he actually lost Explorer to this Wolf. That'd be pretty bad. It almost is. He did not have to lose that much HP. He could have gone out of that thing with like 200 HP or something. That was him just running too far and trying to kite. The thing is, though, it's not worth kiting with the European Explorers because their range attack is a lot less. See, what they ended up doing with the European Explorers, now called Officers in Wars of Liberty, is that they improved they doubled their rate of fire. They cut their rate of fire in half, which means they can fire twice as many shots per second now, but their damage was also cut in half. So if you get that shot in, yeah, it's going to fire quicker, but it's not going to do a lot of damage, you know? It's just not worth it, really. Not really, anyways. Yeah. Another thing I should mention, too, now about this new Russia. They no longer have the block training at the town center, but they still have the block training at the block house. So they train villagers one by one now, and they actually get villager cards, too. So they can ship 3 villagers in age 1. And then they get a 4 villager card and a 5 villager card. So yeah, basically that. I think Ethiopia's run the same deck, right? Yep, pretty much. Now this is a card that would be fun if we ended up seeing this ever be used, the triangular trade. It takes all the food and converts it to export so you can train your more elite units later, which is really good. Zulu gets a similar card, but it converts the gold into the export. It's really essential for artillery spamming in Imperial Age, the mound cannons. Pretty much, yep. Mound guns, yeah, mound guns. Going for Red Library now, looks like. Whereas Rommel should be aging up any moment now. Is he going to cancel this other out or what? Yep, he cancels it out. Going for the Artisan. Same as the Quartermaster, so you get about 400 wood out of that politician. Also has him picking up his cord of wood here. Can do that right now. Yep, just grab that wood real quick. Doesn't take too long. It's going to grab some 40 wood from this treasure as well. It's going to come down to a question if blockhouse spamming of the Russians is enough to beat the Ethiopians early on or not. Because Ethiopia has the advantage of turtling, whereas Russia has the advantage of amassing large numbers of infantry very fast. Especially considering he's got both fencing and dueling school, which will allow him to instantly train infantry in age 4 once he gets the infantry training technology from his Civ. Yeah. So going up with the Artisan. Gilder, age 2 already, is going to start with Neftenias from his garrison. Shipping in 700 wood, likely for some apartments, because he does not have a lot of blue techs at the library yet, so these apartments are really not bringing him a lot of pop space. In fact, it's only bringing him about 10 pop space right now, so he's going to have to build a few more apartments, which costs about 150 wood, so not as cheap as a house, you know. I don't think they're quite as expensive as a longhouse, but they definitely aren't as cheap as a house. They're slightly more expensive than a manor. Puts the blockhouse in center map, it looks like. Yep. Oh, here's some of the Pastunis right now. This is what they look like here. They're good for supporting the Explorer, pretty much. And they're classified as scout units, so they're actually considered cavalry. In terms of regular combat, they're going to be best used against skirms and artillery, though they can fight other things as well, particularly when they're in their splash attack. Yep. Oh, he's gonna start attacking on the Explorer now. Wow, look at that. Rushing the Explorer there. Yeah, very good. I think he should be able to take out this Explorer with 2 Plastoonis, though. Yeah, probably. Dealing about 12 hand attack apiece. Also, they do Shadow Tech. They get upgraded for free with each age up, too. So they do get stronger over time, which is pretty good. So yeah, you don't worry about that. Looks like Rommel's going to make some more Plastoonis as well. Takes out the Explorer. And from there, what's shipping going to be? So far got the coin. Might be going to age 3 to get Falconets, perhaps. But that's not 100% guaranteed just yet. The fact that he's going for some of these more minute rating units like the Plastoonis is telling me, yeah, he's holding on to his food to get to age 3. So he can get his powerful age 3 Falconet shipment going. Oh wow! Look at no, yeah, that was a close one. See, he would have lost his free porter if he wasn't paying attention there. He almost did lose it though. That was a pretty big gamble right there, big time. Does he have enough coin? Yeah, he should have enough coin to age up. He's got enough food at this point, right? Yeah, so that's good. $700 wood coming in now. That's a sign, yep, this is naked fast fortress territory. Going up with the Patriot. Gives you a number of pikemen or partisans, which is pretty good. Now, where is he going to ship that wood in? Is he going to know to bring it to his TC, or is he going to bring it to his blockhouse like a clown? That's what we're going to have to find out. Is he paying attention? I think he is, because he shipped the coin to his TC, which was good. The right thing to do. We'll find out. To be or not to be, that is the question. Good boy, you shipped it to the right place. That's a good boy. Yeah, he did right. Very nice. Nope, he's not going to be he should stop building that blockhouse and just delete it. Because now he's going to lose that thing. Yeah, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, he has no reason to leave that there and let you finish it, but yeah, he's gonna try to finish it. Don't finish it though, Rommel. Just let him burn it so you can get some wood back at least. Because if you finish it and he sieges it down, then you lose all that wood. Which that wood could be great for either partisan training or the Cantonist training, pretty much. Yep. He's got a few more Plastoonis there, but that's going to be utter trash against muskets, though. Yeah, since they counter cavalry. He really should just group these up with some infantry and then go after him with them. And also, once he reaches H3, they're going to get an upgrade, too. Yep, now they are upgraded once again with some more stats and an upgraded look. Looking much more like the Explorer now with the same sort of color on his hat. Rommel also lost a lot of settlers there that he probably didn't need to lose, I would think. Definitely not. I'm surprised, though, that Gilder is losing any Neftanias at all there. So maybe he should back away from that blockhouse. Build a house. Postal service. Grant him some food. Also, again, sluice box. This is I should explain something about the architects of Africa. Basically, they upgrade 2 gather rates instead of 1. So sluice box will upgrade mining and wood chopping. They have a technology set that will upgrade hunting and mining, and one that will upgrade berry gathering and wood chopping. So a bit more complicated than the average market. So you need to stay ahead of that stuff pretty much, yeah. Ships in a big mass of Cantonus, it looks like, to deal with the Neftanyas. How many vills is he on, though? 15. Oh, boy, that is bad. That is really bad. He's got the same amount of settlers you have when you go from age 1 to 2 right now. Rommel just did not know when to quit with that blockhouse, and it might cost him the game there. That is very bad. Eventually you need to cut your losses with the forward building and be willing to retreat. He wasted so many vills trying to build that thing, and still ended up getting deleted anyways. That was just a really bad blunder by Rommel. Because now you're giving Gilder the amount of time needed to turtle and to get his revolving cannons now. So once the revolving cannons are added, then you might have a serious issue there with battle at that point, yeah. So here comes the 2 revolving cannons now, yep. And then it's going to ship in about 9 Neftanyas, yep. Yeah, it's going to start sieging the blockhouse now, yep. Oh boy, he's definitely sieging away at that thing, yep. Blockhouse down. Urban crowd. Should grant some more housing space out of his apartments. Right now, Gilder is doing quite well with this mass. He could actually go in right now and finish the job here, I think. Especially considering he dealt with the forward blockhouse already. Also going to get Russophilia now, which is going to basically give more gunpowder damage to his Neftanyas, yep. Rommel shipping in 13 line infantry. Yeah, this is a tricky situation because you would think that he would want to do the falconets here. But unfortunately, these revolving cannons have multipliers against the falconets, and they could very well shred them instantly if not maintained properly. You know, you see it right here. Has 2x against artillery and 2x against infantry. Revolving cannons are probably one of the most flexible artillery pieces in the game, particularly in Age 3. I mean, as you go later in the game, some heavy artillery like the bombards can be versatile too, but definitely in Age 3, revolving cannons or any sort of machine gun tends to be quite flexible, usually. Yeah. There's Gilder again, leaving his cannon behind, costing the game against Ungurs. I don't think it's going to cost him the game here just because he's got such a good advantage, but why do it, friend? Why not just let that cannon get a few more volleys in and clean up the infantry and then go after the blockhouse? Because now you're just spending like another 3 or 4 minutes you could have just finished the job with, you know? Unless you want to spend more time in your match, which is totally fine, but yeah, just pointed out. Looking to improve and optimization and stuff. It's going to get the death penalty technology now. That will grant another set of range damage to his Neftanyas. Also shipped in for Oromo Horsemen. This time he does not have to deal with any maneuver units on the field, so these Ormo horsemen will be very good. Do exactly what they're supposed to do this time, which is great. Yeah, very good indeed. Yep, looks like the infantry is back to another skirmish again, yeah. Looks like the cantonment is going up now. This is basically your Age 3 building, so it trains all your Age 3 military units. Whereas this is Age 2 units, this is Age 3 units, so a lot stronger stuff here. This will have your Dragoon unit, the Escort, your Skirmisher, the Escari, the Ormos is your Assault unit, Tigres is a special long-range pikeman, as well as your revolving cannons, right? And then Age 4 you can make the Palace, which is basically, it's a literal fort, like a literal fort, that can make heavy artillery units and your ultimate unit too. What used to be called a Palace unit, now it's just ultimate unit to match Europe. Kind of your elite troop, pretty much. Falconets now that the revolving cannons are gone. Seems like he got a clean shot there right now. Problem is he can't really afford to push in too soon because he's behind in economy, and if he gets swept up by these assault units at the wrong time, he could have some big problems. Serious issues there. Yeah. Honestly, with one blockhouse, I don't know how he's going to be able to catch up really easily. He's out of steam on shipments too. Like, he can't get like 5 Dragoons or anything to make better trades on the Cav. So I mean, he's gonna have to just wait this one out and hope that he can get the right comp he needs to make it happen. Big issue being you're Russia, so your infantry is actually statistically weaker than the normal counterparts of the other European civs. So these line infantry are actually weaker than Belgian line infantry, for instance. So, I mean, he's going to have to deal with that issue, too. Yes, they're more massive and they're cheaper, but, yeah, not quite as strong. And when it comes to Ethiopia and strength, they are really strong when you give them the chance to get the upgrades going. Now it's going to ship in about 1,000 food, it looks like. Try to catch up on some library techs. Line infantry going out on their own for some reason. Maybe looking to raid, maybe looking to scout. Maybe he's just looking at Juanitas Muy Bonitas again on his computer screen and forgot what he was doing. Either way, though, it's going to lose 5 units for free, which is not good right now when your eco is so far behind. Ormos should be able to snare those in very easily with their Shotel swords. Now he's probably just going to look for areas to pressure with the Ormos for right now. One interesting aspect of the Ormo horsemen is they're actually better for raiding villagers when the villagers fight back, because the Ormos actually have hand armor, which means they can actually resist some of the melee attack of the villagers, whereas Hussars can actually do that. So in some ways, the Assault Cav are really well suited for fighting villagers in ways you wouldn't expect. Except for scout units like the Oprishnik, obviously, they're focused on raiding specifically. Another yellow library tech done. Yep. More Ormos, always good. Definitely at this point, since it's very unlikely Rommel can even get Dragoons, Gilder definitely can take advantage of the assault unit tag in this matchup, as he's likely not going to be able to defend much with the infantry he's doing. Just because of how squishy it is in such low numbers. And he'll especially be able to charge the Falcons too. Now he's got some Dragoons. Oh, he is getting Dragoons now. He is getting maneuver class. And a mill. He's getting a mill. And a foundry. Sure he's not building too much right now? I mean, unless he's trying to get Falcons. Might be trying to add more Falconets, and which maybe could work if he can afford them. I don't know, though, if he's getting like a mill. He's like burning through 400 wood. They could put into housing to get more Falconets and Dragoons. And this far, Rommel would probably all he can do is just get like a bunch of Falconets and hope that that's going to suffice. Because if not, that's going to be really dangerous. Big time. Yeah, see, well, you might get a bit of scouting there, but definitely. Oh, he's got the field hospital still here, so that's good. Basically, for Russia, field hospitals boost the stats of nearby units, so it's actually an aura boost to have a field hospital near your army as Russia, as well as the ability to heal them when there's no fighting either, which is quite nice. Nice little perk, pretty much. Yep.
Готов. Что? Готов. Приказ? Готов. Приказ.
So we got two settlers there. Yep. Here comes the Ormos. That's a very big stack of them, by the way. It's gonna take a big army of Dragoons to deal with that one. Oh no! He went too far with the hunt. No, there's your Kami. Why would you do that, Rommel? Why would you go out with that many settlers without putting down a blockhouse or having some insurance policy or something? That's bad. So his whole food economy is gone now, and then he's going to lose the coin ones too, right here. You got to watch out for that stuff. Big time. Yeah, no, that's not enough. I mean, he might be able to one-shot them, but... Yeah, no. He's already snaring them now, and then the Neftanians just have to go into shoot mode, and it's... he's totally surrounded now by Neftanians. Picking up another blue tech, it looks like. Capital Cathedral. Yep, got that Ormo there.
Готов. Готов. Что?
Oh wow, look at that. Ugh. Look at this. They actually... Oh yeah, well, if there was any sort of damage on the right Cantonists, then the Ormos were basically one-shotting them with their Shotel swords, yeah. GG on that one, Rommel. Nice try, though. Gotta give you props and creds for where credit is, you know? I just think he made a few poor decisions with the combat and everything, and probably could have just, you know, that thing at the start with trying to build that first, second blockhouse, even though he was under fire from the Tanyas, that was like fatal on its own. And here's the mountain guns to finish them off too, if it wasn't already obvious at that point. Yeah. Yeah, like this is, I could show you right here, this is where things went wrong, like villager count. See, this, he had H2 and it dropped down to here. This was bad. This is what did him in right here. That little point on the graph where that bad exchange happened. That was like where everything kind of went wrong for him at that point. Yeah, pretty much. So what match is Jeff on by any chance? I'm going to check real quick on YouTube to see where he is progress-wise. See if we're covering the same stuff or not. So right now he's on an Omar versus Rommel game. Okay, so he might be a bit ahead of me at this point. Alright. That's cool. Alright, so what's our next game? We might be going into that one now. It's going to be Italy versus Brazil. Spaghetti alla Brasileiro. Okay, sounds pretty good. Let's get that one to go and see what that's all about. S is for spaghetti. I actually wouldn't mind spaghetti right now, honestly. I could use some spaghetti with like, you know, with meatballs or a piece of breaded chicken or something, or veal. That would be quite good right now. Some sauce and cheese and yep, pretty much. Stupid bud, of course, and Rommel. Stupid bud, of course. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't want to know. Map is Malaysia, basically, so everybody gets their own sort of body of water full of fish and whales that they can utilize on this map, which is pretty neat. Yep, that's probably the biggest thing about this map. The trade route is not that great. You can get like one trading post per side, pretty much. Natives, you get some Sufi natives here, and then you get some Jesuits over there. That's all. That's it. That's all, folks. Yeah, pretty much. And the opponent will be Brazil. Yeah. So Brazil is kind of an interesting one now. So basically, the Brazilians stole the block villager training system from the Russians, which means now you can get 3 slaves for the price of about, I believe, well, it's not 70. It's 70 times 70 times 3. So I believe it's like 210 coin, I believe. You're paying for 3 slaves, pretty much, so you can train them in groups, which is quite nice. Because it means you basically don't have to click as many times on the town center then to get them out. Does mean you have to plan your housing accordingly, though, to afford the bigger stacks of them when you're training. Important side note there, yep. It looks like Rommel ended up building a frontier wagon with his architect to take over the trading posts. Yeah, basically, Italy has this feature where instead of building with their villagers, the merchants can only gather resources. The architect can actually build stuff, but he doesn't build it directly. He actually trains wagons, and the wagons will build the things for him. So he can train a frontier wagon that acts exactly the same way as the Belgian one does, as we saw in the Belgian game. He can make a town wagon to make a house, market, dock, anything like that. He can make a military wagon to do a barracks, stable, or safe house, an engineering one for a artillery foundry or arsenal, a agricultural one for a mill or plantation, which, surprise, surprise, Brazil actually gets one of those with every age up, so the agricultural wagons are not exclusively an Italian thing, nor are the frontier wagons, and then also with the I think it's a civil wagon or something that you can make a basilica or a capital with it. Pretty much. Yeah. I believe you can also get military wagons as well as Maori if you go with the voyage to South Africa. Yeah. Get like 4 or 6 of them or something. And you can make any one of the main Maori military buildings with it, which is quite nice. That's if you want to pay like 5,000 food, 5,000 wood, and 5,000 coin for that sort of thing, though. Where are the Jewish Russians? They are the key. Hi, Gringo, let's play. We need a Luso parlant to cast wool and German parlant. Oh, that would be pretty cool. We should have a German and other nationalities to do wool casting in. And a Russian, yeah. We should have a Russian, a German. We already got Spanish. We already got English with me. We could get a Chinese one, a Japanese one. Yeah, all those. That'd be good. Look at all the water buffaloes that Rommel is hoarding right here. That's a lot of meat. Meat. Age up will be the clergyman. Clergyman delivers you food. And a church wagon. Is Bud, I believe Bud is doing okay. He decided to go for the 17 slave age up, which is a bit slow and can be a bit risky in a 1v1. Maybe he'll make it work, though. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what this lad is cooking, though. And what immigrant does he go with as well? Because Brazil gets 4 immigrant options instead of just 3, which is quite nice. Since they're Brazil, and one of their SID bonuses is that they get 1 extra option for stuff, right? So 1 extra outlaw, 1 extra immigrant option, and a few other instances like that, pretty much, yeah. So who will it be? It will be the Italian wave. Isn't going to give him a military, but at least he'll be able to get an Italian house and some farmers to work on him. That's good. Also gives him a bit of housing space, too, so it helps in that aspect. It's kind of a little bit of everything, you know. You get this building that you can gather either food or coin with, and then you get 5 housing space, too, so you are saving a bit of wood on things, too. Yeah. If you get in the super late game, going age 2 Italians can be great because they get this age 2 technology, the trattoria, aka the American Italian restaurant, pretty much, where you get your spaghetti, your chicken parm, and your pizza. They have them all over the place, pretty much where I am. So if you like trattorias, come to the Northeast, definitely. Yep. So basically it has the same effect as sustainable agriculture. So it'll actually give you 15% better gather rate on your food farming, your mill farming, yeah. It's building a house, though, so I actually would say probably don't even get the house early. Just get the barracks first. Or whatever sort of production building you're going to be going with. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think Brazil got a bit lucky here because he's dealing with Italy. In Italy, you know, they have to kind of do a bunch of weird mechanics to get their stuff in order and start fighting. So, kind of going the 17 slave age up with Brazil was technically doable here. So, yeah, that part's probably fine, I guess. Yeah. Alright, so gonna get down the Italian colony there. Where is the agricultural wagon gonna go? Mr. Juanito made a big mistake. See, while you can build mills with the agricultural wagon is Brazil, I usually prefer if you go for the plantation. Oh yeah, did I mention that you can actually build plantations in Age 2 as Brazil? And you can actually choose to use the agricultural wagon for that. Yeah, you can. It's really good because the most important thing to keep economy going is Brazil is actually coin and not food, since the slave trades or the blocks you get from the town center actually cost coin and not food. So, yeah, I think it would have been a little bit better if you would have went for the plantation. Also get a bit more build bounty technically, so yeah. Well, the big thing is the plantation is worth 600 wood and the mill or the hacienda is only worth 400 wood. So you're getting a little bit more bang for your buck if you do that, usually. Shipped in about 6 conscripts and is going to train 5 more. Is going to ship in about 6 pardos. Pardos being a pikeman, a speedy pikeman, so they have some good movement speed, and then the conscripts are a musket that has, I believe, higher than average melee. Do they still have a bit more siege than the average musketeer? I forget. Back in the old days, conscriptos used to have a bit more siege than average. That used to be a thing that they used to be able to do pretty much, yeah. Looks like the explorer is right there with his conscriptos, Juanitos conscriptos. Now we're going to start to see some sort of siege on this trading post, right? Goes the Italian villager there. What is that villager going for? It's not like they can build anything. I don't know, maybe just scouting or something, I don't know. It's a little bit odd, like... Oh, herding hunts. But why would you herd this one in, though? You know how far away that is, Rommel? You're going to be sitting there all day doing that. Got much better uses of your time than trying to herd one in from that far away. Start sieging this train post as well. Yep, very good. Very good call on that one. Getting a mill gathering upgrade here called a parceria. Yep, same as that. It's the same as Trattoria and the sustainable agriculture, so it gives you a 15% better mill economy. Yeah. Rommel seemed to age up with the cornet to get some free hussars, it looks like. So he's raying around with those. Let's see if the slaves will be safe. Looks like they will be. Alright, looks like you can defend that front, right? Yep. Looks like Rommel shipped in about 8 Alpini now. Alpini are a pretty dangerous skirmisher because they have extra range. They have a range of about 24 range, so they are really long range units pretty much, yeah. quite good for hitting infantry from very far away. That'll be quite dangerous against the comp that Bot is running here. And then actually goes in for the second shipment of 7 Alpini, so another batch of long-range skirmishers pretty much, yep. Hussars going in for a raid, it looks like. Oh, gets one Vil. Forces the conscripts and the Pardos back. Gets another villager. Is getting a bit of raid value here. TC takes out a Hussar.
Pronto. Sim. Sim. Lá vou eu.
Here comes the Alpini.
O que você precisa?
Yeah, look at how easy it is to kite with Alpini. They just get that huge range advantage, and then they can just pull back and retreat, and then it's going to be able to fire back at him now. Basically getting free kills all around with those things. Looks like he's going to go back in for another round with them.
Ordens.
Took out the tiger, it looks like. Yep. Very nice. Some voluntarios. Very nice.
Estou pronto. As armas!
Here comes the infantry. Yeah, those Alpini. He's going to have to get Lanceros for that. That's the only way. Big time. Is he almost ready to age up or something? Yeah, I can imagine Rommel's getting pretty close to aging up himself to age 4. Nah, he actually doesn't have any coin crates. Very interesting. Gets shipments of grenadiers, though. He can basically upgrade them only once with the combat card, though, which is sad. Here comes some more hussars. Finally gets age up. We'll go with Italy once again. Could start getting some of the assault units from Italy. The Tatartamidians, which might help with the Alpini problem. Also, is probably going to be looking to get veteran conscript at least on his muskets.
Estou pronto.
Here comes the plantation. What's going on up there? Oh, he's still kind of with those Alpini. Things are very devastating. Gonna try to go in for another wave, though. Unfortunately, it's gonna just keep getting kited by those Alpini. It's got to get cavalry. The artisanals just aren't gonna make it there in time, because here's the thing: the Alpini outrange the. Yeah, they outrange the artisanals by 3 range. So I mean, even the artillery is gonna fall behind. Also, you got hussars there that can grind through those artillery too. So I mean. Definitely not a good situation. Here comes about 8 conscripts. Or the barracks. This is sort of the thing that Rommel did against Gilder, was he tried to put down the production bill when the area is clearly not safe to do so, and ended up losing villagers in the process. But I don't think he really needs another barracks. You know, you should only get production billings proportional to how much resources you're actually getting. You know, he only has really only. Is he gonna get like hunts here or something? Like, where's he gonna get all that food to justify a third barracks? I mean, the coin eco is probably fine at this point, but what is he gonna do for the rest of the? I don't know. It's a good question. It's a really tough call there, really. I mean, yeah, another barracks that's probably not going to see much action for a while. He's literally forced into this conundrum where he's shipping in more Don't even get the conscripts. Just get the Cazador Montados or something. Like some sort of other unit to balance it out a bit. You know, you could use those Mount Skirms to Cazador Montados. They at least have 50% pierce armor and they can chase down the Alpini. You're not going to get anywhere with those muskets. It's going to have to get some sort of unit to chase down those Alpini so they stop kiting so effectively. Either Lancero or Cazador Montao. Ideally Lancero. If you have to do range, go the Montao route. Some more conscriptos. All the riches in the world cannot cure this pain. Tell me about it. The man's got so much coin and he's still struggling. Yeah, money isn't everything used sometimes. Yeah. Unless you're trying to get a Juanita Bonita, then money is everything. Going on to the Voluntarios. Now, that's a bad idea right there. It's an early skirm that doesn't even get any like guard or imperial upgrade option. Unless you go with volunteering fervor in age 4. Does he even have that? He does, so maybe you could use that, but still, I don't think the situation calls for them quite yet. I think this situation is basically he's building too much production buildings and not enough resources to justify them right now. Like, you need food. You got plenty of housing space. Like, get some like food and get some Lanceros. You got the stable now. Just get some military. Stop doing conscript. There's not enough cab to justify that. He's going Falcons, he's going Skirms, he's going Muskets. You're going to get completely humbled if you keep going with Musket like that. It's just not going to end well. Yeah, Rommel's just going full Falconet because he knows you keep going infantry. You're going to fall right for it. It's going to be very devastating once that barrage of Falconets is unleashed on you. I'll tell you that right now. Oh boy, look at that. Yep. That's what I'm talking about. Right there. More Falcons, it looks like.
Senza indugio, obbediamo! Scegliete un bersaglio! Fuoco a volontà! Scegliete un bersaglio!
Ooh, Fort Wagon. Hit the wrong time, though. I mean, your base is, like, under siege right now. I think the fort will go up. It's just not in a good spot. It's like, what is this protecting? It's protecting this farm, this one, this one. It's not protecting this. It's not protecting all these houses here. You really want the fort to be, like, somewhere over here or somewhere up there to, you know, keep your Italian colony out of the line of fire in your production. But because you let them, like, bully you with the Alpinis, you couldn't do that. Yeah, we don't see a lot of Italy's except for Hishe and stuff usually, so it's kind of fun when we see the Alpini be used like this in an effective manner. Big time. Nice, nice, nice. That was a pretty good display by Rommel there. We'll go into the next one now. So what's this match going to be? What do we got now? Just trying to see. Let's do Esquiliando en el Desierto. So Rommel versus somebody. How do you spell that word? Let me see. Oh, E. E, E, E. Where are we going to put the E? This one right here. Alright, so Rommel is playing Central America, and Omar is playing Germany. I think it's his favorite civ, if I stand correctly, yeah. And why wouldn't it be? Germany is indeed a very solid civ. It's an S tier civ, in fact. Whereas Central America has been hard to grade lately. I've kind of graded them to be lower just because, you know, there's a bit of complexity going on there with the way they work pretty much, and you know how it is. When things get complicated, it gets a bit tricky, and yeah. Basically, I guess Central America's problem is that the fact that they have to switch between different rosters to get certain units, and if you don't have the certain cards and resources in place, you might get locked into a unit roster that you get defeated by. Get defeated with, I should say. Yeah. Because here's the thing, each one of the 6 Central American rosters only has about 5 units. And some of them are very limiting. Like, one is only infantry, one of them is like 4 cavalry and conscripts. So, yeah, some don't offer the level of flexibility you might be looking for. And, things happen. Pretty much, yeah. Sometimes we can tell by the deck name which of the rosters are going to be the emphasis or not. So we'll see here what that deck might be. He's got Rancheros and Republic Bananera. Basically a Banana Republic, pretty much. You don't want to be a Banana Republic. That's not good. Once your government turns into one of those, it goes pretty downhill pretty quickly, usually. Whereas Omar, what's Omar running? So Omar is running a clone of the Cappy deck, 1v1. Trying to learn from the best, you see. So, yeah, pretty much. Whereas Rommel, he's focusing on mostly natural food collection. Yeah, natural food collection. Particularly bananas. That's why the deck is called Republic Bananera. Because basically, one of the things that I got to kind of explain the Central American economy to you because it's kind of different. So basically, these Holnaros, they have this special ability where they get more yield. They yield more resources from natural sources, which basically means they essentially can gather from something longer and get more resources from it. So they don't take as much from the resource when they're gathering it, but the gather rate is the same regardless. So, yeah, they make more from their stuff pretty much. And then what the Carletero does is makes nearby villages gather faster and can prospect natural resources. So basically this guy can build banana plants, then you can eat those for food. You can build tropical trees that you can get for wood, and then can actually make gold mines to get coin. And that way you can have permanent access to natural resources, like indefinitely, pretty much, yeah. But who does he go for the immigrants? Go Scandinavian first, it looks like. That'll be good for his explorer, because the first time you go with Scandinavians, your explorer gains some more hit points and damage, pretty much. Whereas Germany's going up with the Bürger for 440 coin, basically 4 silver coin crates. We'll have to see which of the Central American rosters Rommel is going to utilize here. Could make a big determination how this match goes, pretty much. Yep. Sticks the Scandinavian colony in front of the TC, because it's better to lose this thing than this one, obviously. Picks up steel traps. Yeah, going heavy on the food eco this game, it sounds like. It's probably going to focus on getting furrier, spice trade, and cochineal farming as well. I don't know how you spell this. Is it cochineal farming or what? Basically improves your berry gather rate and also allows livestock to fatten faster too. It's sort of a side perk. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, going barracks it looks like. Yep. And it's going to try to herd in this hunt too. Or hunts, I should say. Got the Ibex one and the Gazelle one, so you're going to have to do that twice. Going double barracks on the line infantry, it looks like. He's trying to play like Cappy, doing a happy Cappy build. Should go pretty well, I would think. Yep. It's going to try to get some of these Mitz casernes out, these manor houses. Well, the thing is with Germany, you get so many extra villagers through the manor boom that you actually can afford to double queue up on your line infantry and actually go for some really good pushes overall. Yeah, it's quite nice actually what you can do with that. And then it's going to ship in about 6 line infantry after that. Yep.
Auftrag.
Pretty soon can probably start to queue up more line infantry too, right? Yeah. So what did Rommel end up going with here? So did he get any military yet? Nope. He's actually getting a livestock pen. A livestock pen. Now that's interesting. Why? Because he has a cow here. A moo moo. Moo moo. Yep, get a cow. Get a barracks down. Get that Polish wagon, so he's going Polish and Scandi. Basically, so he could get some more cows to put onto here now. He has about 7 cows, and then he can actually train about 3 of the Polish butchers here. And then he'll get 3 more cows to put onto the livestock, yeah. He's probably going to want to get this card here to be able to get the fattening rate up much better. This is another good card too. Reglamento Honero. Think of pizza, so let me go get that now. as I was explaining this good card here, the Reglamento Honoro basically allows you to make villagers from your native embassies. And it enables them as well. It's basically a copy of Kinship Ties of the Native Americans, what you get is Central America. It basically gives you the ability to boom at double the speed of other civs. You can have 3 town centers doing villagers and 3 native embassies. A good way to really stack out tons and tons of units pretty much, yeah. It's really neat for that. Picking up the veteran conscripts right now from the barracks. Looks to be going with one of the more infantry based setups, I believe, from the looks of it. Yep. I forget which nation this is specifically and what their roster is, because I haven't done Central America in quite a bit. But I know from muscle memory, there's one that has all 4 cav units and conscripts, one that has all the infantry units, one that has Escopetero, Mosquetero, Dragon Rojo, Yanet, and I believe Escolta. There's another one that has, I believe, Dragon Rojo, Conscript. I'm trying to remember them all. Well, I know like 3 of them, and then I kind of forget the other 3 pretty much. I remember doing Guatemala a whole lot. Guatemala and I believe Honduras a whole lot with my rosters, usually. Because I used to like combining Escopeteros with the Dragon Rojos for the most part. It was generally a pretty efficient strategy to do, usually. Escopeteros are not as good as they used to be, but yeah. You might be wondering what this mess is over here. Basically, when you construct a Scandinavian house as one of the Scandinavian workers, the house will generate about 3 treasures around it that you can actually start gathering from. Once you get rid of all the guardians, that is, right? Oh yeah, so if you want some nice free treasures, build a Scandinavian house, I guess. And in fact, the Scandinavian explorers here actually act as like semi-heroes, because they get multipliers against treasure guardians. So they're actually supposed to work on the Scandinavian houses and help you to collect those treasures pretty much. Yeah. Looks like he's got a roster that has Juanitas muy bonitas, so definitely a more infantry-based roster, to say the least. Definitely with that. And it's got a Huamaca too from one of the treasures, which is pretty neat as well. Doggo, what is Doggo going to find? He's going to find some line infantry and a few skirms. Also, the Krupp factory is at work right now. Point out some artillery, pretty much. And what's this? Biathlon. I believe this allows infantry and villagers to move faster, if I recall correctly, so it's good for mobility. How many infantry he's got? He's got about 9 vivanderas, 5 conscripts, and about 7 ski troopers. Now, ski troopers, what they're known for is basically having a slightly faster movement speed than normal skirms, having really good armor, like 50% armor, and some pretty okay range damage, about 22 range. That's actually stronger than these skirms here that only has about 18 range. So quite good for that. I think with the number of skirms and Rommel's mix here, he's probably going to perform better at this point in the match until the Falconet comes out. How is Omar's Falconet doing? So the Falconet is about halfway into the queue. Once it's done, you'll definitely see that Falconet rolling out very quickly, pretty much. Yep. Yep, I think he's trying to pick apart the line in the conscripts first, and then he can deal with the Juanita Bonita problem in the back. It's really not even targeting the line infantry, is he? No. Not really. He's kind of just targeting everything. He's trying to get the Juanitas in the back, which I'm pretty surprised by. But I get it. I think he's thinking, oh, if I can get rid of the skirms first, it might be a bit better. Especially considering the, even theirs militarily are a bit weaker in HP than the European skirms are. On part because they get a healing ability added to their stats, pretty much. Skirms are going to be forced to retreat. Might snag another conscript there. Yep. Now it looks like infantry's going to have to move back to this position. Yep. Double barracks skirm. Falconet is ready now. Could take out the scouting Huambaka here. Looks like he does. This is where Germany can get a bit dicey because having all that free artillery add into your army can be a nice way to gain an edge on your opponent, even when you can't even afford artillery of your own. Yeah. How far is he on the food eco? So he doesn't even have the farming card here to really help with the herdable stuff. So he really did not make any good use on that card at all. At least from the way I would have wanted to use it. Yeah, pretty much. And then from there, it looks like skirm versus skirm. Normally, the skirms would be winning against the Juanitas Bonitas, but you got ski troopers there to tank the bullets with their extra armor, which is great. What happened to that Falconet, by the way? Oh, he must have drawn it out too far, and they went in the melee with it. Yeah, Omar, you have to be careful of that sort of thing. You cannot let a Falconet by itself go out there on its own like that. You have to sort of protect it with something, like some infantry, choke points with these houses. At least until you get like 4 or 5 of them. Once you get 4 or 5 Falconets and a massive infantry, you're all set. But 2 of them, it needs to be a support unit and not the main pushing force. Usually. Also, it looks like Rommel has built his Beneficio Cafetalero, which essentially allows you to gain coffee plants. These wonderful coffee plants here that will spawn around the building. Almost kind of a prelude to the foundings of the Middle East civs that'll be coming in the Middle East update, because that's basically what those buildings do, is they produce bushes over time, either food ones or coin ones. And in the case of the Saudis, I believe the Saudi ones will indeed make coffee bushes. So, yeah, kind of a sneak peek at what the fountains do, pretty much, for the Middle East nations. Looks like the Politneka's coming out now. The Politneka is basically a ultimate building fort that trains units faster than normal buildings do. So it has units coming out of the Politneka have a faster training speed than units you get out of the barracks, stable, and so forth. And has access to their ultimate unit too. Unfortunately, it's not that good. It's really niche. It's good if you're dealing with natives, mercenaries, really anything that those Camaristas I was using the other day would be good against. If you're going against that, then the unit that comes out of there is good, but otherwise, nah. Meh. That's all I'll say about that. Again, more skirms it looks like, and then he's going to begin another free falc hopefully soon. Here comes the Falky. Looks like it is about almost halfway done. Is that right? Yep. Full dress. Basically, full dress will essentially give your heavy infantry more hit points. Yeah, because you don't often see all these arsenal techs from Latin America ever be used, so I like to explain them where I can. Yeah, basically full dress will give your heavy infantry more hit points. So basically your conscripts, your pardos, and really anything that falls into the heavy infantry category. Yeah. Kind of surprised Rommel isn't going Escopetero here. Maybe because he knows he's dealing with longer range skirms, he kind of wants to go toe to toe with them a bit. Probably. Oh, look at how many skirms he has. He just one shot a falconet. That's kind of on Omar, though, for sticking it right in the middle like that. That's like, man, you cannot stick him on the front lines until you know, have certain assurances. Like, if you stuck in the back and forced all the skirms to reach in the back to get him, he could have gotten so many more, so many more knockouts out of that, but just didn't follow through with it and ended up failing. Now Rommel is actually going to use his conscripts into melee with their bayonets to actually deal hand damage against the skirms and mess up their targeting. Quite smart, actually. That's something we see a lot in Arena, is if you have a low number of muskets going up against a group of archers or something, you can actually stick them into melee and do a fairly good amount of damage against them, yeah. It's quite good. You'd be surprised. The conscripts actually were able to take out a falconet, which is really good, actually, yeah. Quite good, actually. This card, by the way, is Infantry Cavalry Attack. It will improve the stats of both infantry and cavalry, so both of them. Oh, Woludo shipment. That's pretty interesting. I remember the old days when you used to be able to ship trained Cerudos as Mexico. It's like a mercenary they could do. Yeah. It was popular for Toledo to just spam those. How many coffee plants is Rommel on? Yeah, he's got a lot of coffee to drink there, a lot of caffeine. Should be ready to age up now, right? Yeah, he could probably go to age 4 and start getting his guard upgrades now. With the Confederate wave, yeah. Probably wants the dynamite cannons at the very end to help blast through all these buildings. Could be very useful indeed. Now we got a good stack of falconets from Omar. Now you might be able to do something there. Definitely. Definitely looking a lot better for you on that side, yeah. Continue to add in more conscripts. He's going to add in the Woludos too. These are anti-cavalry mercenaries. He's ready to put the Falcons in the position, it looks like.
Maruskas? Tak jest!
Here comes the Woludos. Rugged cavalry mercenary from the Mexican deserts, good against shock units. Basically a mercenary infernal, pretty much. That's what they were before too, pretty much, yeah. Well, actually, they started out as like a mercenary hussar, and then they became more of an infernal, and then ended up becoming infernal again in the Latin rework. Yeah. We're almost getting ready to join a new Central American nation now. This is what the Rejoin the Union big button at the TC does for Central America. If for whatever reason you don't like the roster that you currently are and it's not serving you good anymore, you can actually switch to a different roster and get their stuff. Another reason to switch rosters is because every roster in Central America has a unique Royal Guard upgrade. So if you switch between all 6 nations, you can get up to 6 Royal Guard units. The Mosquetero, the Conscripto, the Escopetero, the Lancero, the Escolta, and the Dragon Rojo. The rest of the units do not get any such stuff, so no need to worry about that, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. There is a card. This card here, actually, the Unionist Conference, that lets you rejoin the Union faster. Pretty much, yeah. So what does he go for now? Oh, he turned to, no, he's still Central America, regular Central America. He's going to switch to Los Altos. Bonitos Los Altos, yeah. He's going to pick up the Royal Guard upgrade for the Conscriptos. It looks like the Ladinos. Bonitos Ladinos, yeah. It's going to give him a much stronger musketeer going into the skirmish, yep. Also picking up the nationalism to improve the training rate of the Conscriptos. Oh, yep. See their cool uniforms they get when they become the Ladinos. They turn super blanco. Yeah. Muy blanco. Yep. Now is in pretty good shape to push, I would say. Yeah. And all the ski troopers, since they're immigrant units, Shadow Tech into Guard upgrade, by the way. So these are actually stronger now, too. It's alright if you leave the Juanitas on upgrade, since they're really, their best job's going to be just healing overall, I would say. Oh, I was going to pick up the gun smuggling. I can't remember what this does. It does something. The old effect was basically cheapening the cost of gunpowder units, their wood and coin costs. I don't know what it does now. I thought they reworked it, at least if I remember correctly. Juanitos Woludos. If it weren't for those Woludos, you probably would have been in big trouble there with the Falcons. Oh, yep, they actually cleaned up all 6 of them. The only one that's left is that one in the back there, yeah. Not bad for those Woludos, no. Oh, Juanito, tacos Bell. Oh, yeah, Taco Bell tiempo, Juanito. Oh, how was your stream, Jeff? Saw that you were casting some matches too today. Did you get enough good juegos today? Very good. Yeah. Same casting I do, but in Juanito lengua. Yeah, Juanito lengua. So you can talk to the Las Juanitas Bonitas better. Yep. Yeah, that was a good one. Big time. I honestly think a lot of it came down to Omar just not managing his Falconets correctly. You saw what he did there where he sort of like stuck it in there like a bow tie or whatever, and it just didn't hold together correctly. Big time. Yeah, I definitely should have thought that one out a bit more, I think. We're going to go into the next one now. Next match. Let me see what this one is called. And out here. Let me go up to Rec Games. It will be called TNT. It's Dynamite. A nice AC/DC inspired recording, I can imagine. Let me find that. Where is TNT? T? Oh, wait a second. Oh no, Rommel, what did you do, Juanito? Do you realize, Juanito, that you can't actually put dots in file names, Juanito? Yeah, I kind of thought that at the last minute. Like, wait a second. What did you do, Juanito? You gotta make sure that you do not put dots in your file names. Just put TNT without the dots. It's fine. Nice trick, Rommel, in making the recording impossible. I bet. Jeff, did you know to fix that file name when you saw it, or did you run in the same problem? Where is T? I'm trying to look for it here in the listing. I think it's probably up at the top, right? Yep, here it is. Okay. We're going to fix that right now and restart the game and go right into it. TNT Dynamite. There we go. Now let's restart into it because I want our graphics and everything to look super peachy clean and not have any loading issues. There we go. Fixing Rommel's file name mistakes. OP Programadore moment. Here we go. TNT. Right there. Perfect. There we go. Very, very nice. Ooh, what map are we on? What map is this? This is the oh, wait a second. Oh, the music's off. That's fine. Okay. All right. See, the problem is if you play matches on non-ESOC maps, the Civ themes might play, and then I can actually lose monetization on the stream because of copyright for music. So, whenever you're on a this is a tip for you. If you ever want to become a Wars of Liberty or Age of the World YouTuber like me, kids, this is like the most important lesson you can ever learn. Do not allow the Civ themes to play, because if they do, some random orchestra from like Chile or Colombia or Germany or whatever is going to claim that music, and then they're going to get all the money, and you're going to get zilch. Well, actually, the orchestra in Chile is pretty nice because they let me share some of the money, but all the other ones, though, they're like, no, we need the money more than you. It's like, you know what I mean? They probably were thinking, oh yeah, we're going to make money off of random history documentaries and stuff, not Age of Empires 3 mods, you know? Probably making revenue in areas they probably never thought of before then, yeah. Unfortunately for me, I'm not going to allow that. I'm going to turn your music off so I can earn the full stuff, yeah, basically. Gringo tricks, pretty much. So it's going to be Viringo's Peru versus Rommel's Central America. Now, this one's going to be a bit trickier for Rommel. Rommel might have a lot of fun trying to figure this one out. And I do mean it, you know. You definitely don't want to deal with Viringo's Peru. It's one of the most painful, heartbreaking experiences man ever has to deal with, is deal with the Viringo Peru. Especially on one of these bigger maps. Because you know what? We can tell already that Viringo actually did this pick this map, because Viringo always picks normal maps, and they're not even normal maps. They're just big maps that he can hide on and run away on when he's getting sieged. AKA what happened with Ungurs, pretty much. Imagine if Ungurs had to deal with Viringo on the big giant maps and stuff. That would have been kind of disturbing. Oh yeah, big time, because then Viringo could basically pop up anywhere. Like one of those weasel things. Pop goes the weasel, or whatever that song is. You just come out with harmonicas in a whole different spot. Yeah. And it does give Viringo a bit of flexibility too in knowing where the enemy is going to come. See if we're coming through here, or up into this little pass right there. So, I mean, these ones you can wall off. You just have to worry about these two here, them coming through. And you can obviously put towers up too, so you can see them coming in and everything. And yeah, pretty much. Yeah. You could technically wall, right? If you put the wall like back here and angled this. You could do that. Big time. It's just more complicated that way. Yeah. This is a good trick that Viringo does all the time. He will make his emergency units the Serenos from the town center to help him act as treasure guardian assistants. Because overall they do about 11 damage apiece. So when he's trying to get like treasures like this, he can actually target it with the Explorer first. And then once the Guardians come in, then he can put the Serenos right on top of them and do 44 damage swing pretty much between the four of the Serenos pretty much, yeah. Looks like you got a nuke of Clubman. Not bad. Only problem is when the Explorer is there. Viringo, Juanito, Viringo. Oh no, Juanito, you went down. He probably should have just targeted the Serenos there. Now Viringo's going to steal about 95 wood from him. That's a pretty big loss, honestly. That could have been really good for Rommel. Now Viringo's going to already be able to put down a barracks probably and do all sorts of Viringo stuff at this point. Big time. Viringo surprisingly made a bit of a update to his deck, where he got rid of some of the old wood chopping cards that he got, and he replaced them with mining cards. Counter marking in age 1, and the bimetal metallism in age 2, which each will improve your mining rate by about 20%. I think what he was thinking was basically thinking about improving the stats on his Vivinderas and Lanceros, right? Yeah. Looks like he doesn't even use the Andean combat anymore from the Baneros and the Moshinteros, which I find interesting. Yeah. You'd think he would still want to maybe use that, but I guess not, maybe. Now, in terms of other cards, it's got Spice Trade for hunting, Mill, Refridge. He's got a lot of eco cards here. Casa de Moneda, this is the same as Royal Mint. It's got a Ford. Late game has got the Infinite 13 Legion Puanas card there. Yep. 700 coin. So it looks like he's going Naked FF, Naked Fast Fortress. Right out of the gate. Probably looking to go Vivindera in this matchup. Because from what I've seen from Viringo lately, he's been moving towards a lot of age 3 units. Usually Escoltas, Vivinderas, and artillery. In sort of a turtling fashion with the fort. And on this type of map, since it's a big map, he'll have time to do it. Yeah. Forcing Romulus just stack up into the late game to deal with them. Which will take a much longer time, but it is what it is pretty much, yeah. Right now, he's got some artisanals here, some artillery. Did he ship those in, or... Yeah, he shipped those ones in, it looks like, yep. The Moon Children are good archers, pretty much. Those Serenos are still alive, but as soon as he goes within like a tower or something, underneath a tower, they're gonna like fly instantly. He's gotta watch out where he puts those things. Like, he should come down here and get the CBD down there. That'd be a nice extra bit to his economy. We'll see if he ends up doing that or not. So yeah, see, he's gonna land right on this artisanal cannon, and it's gonna. Yep, see that? Lost like 3 of them. He lost the Nuka too. He like lost that whole army. It's kind of a weird defense I would have never thought of. See, normally, if it was me, I would never put my artillery out like that, because what happens if the man has like a 3 Hussar card, 5 Mushatero card or something? That's like GG, because he'll just go in there and slice those with no resistance. The only reason he did that is because he knows he's dealing with Viringo, and Viringo's not going to make a cohesive rush strategy against him. So he feels like, hey, I can probably put my artillery out like that as like a protection, and he's probably not going to do anything with it. Though I have seen Viringo go Mushatero before, and that can actually be really bad to be, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Here comes the Moon Children. These are basically archers with multipliers against all infantry, not just heavy infantry, but all infantry. Kind of similar to those Carib blowgunners, right? The ambush ones. Yeah. These will basically be really good against any sort of infantry that you run into. But they somehow get a mouse against Cav still, all Cav, which I find kind of interesting. Viringo's aging up with second Chinese wave. Very good. Generally, going with the Chinese immigrants is great because they have a lot of natural resource-based upgrades, so Things to upgrade your berries, your hunting, your mining, your wood. As well as some cool other types of techs too, to allow your caudillos to trickle coin and improve villager training rate. So yeah, lots of things like that. Also, their houses act as livestock pens where you can find animals at too, which is pretty nice. Yep, you know that part, right? Because basically, Chinese restaurant, chicken chow mein, chicken teriyaki. They gotta grow a lot of animals to feed the hungry gringos who want to pay way too much money for simple dishes. So, yeah, they gotta have a place to get those chickens somewhere, and cows and pigs and everything. There's the fort. That's the key to Viringo's sort of turtling method that he always does. At this point, Rommel should just sit back, kick his little Juanito Pias up in the air and in his piernas and just get his eco going right now. Might be able to get a good number of the Royal Guard upgrades done if he does it very carefully. He ended up getting that CBD over there, so a little bit of extra food to work with. Puts a readout here to basically act as a warning to any sort of Viringo lingo stuff. More jornaleros. Again, stonewashing now from the market. Question is, does he stay in age 3 or does he try to push towards age 4 next? And really start eating up those infinite legiones peruanas shipments, which could be good against infantry. Legiones peruanas, yeah. Looks like more villagers coming out there. Viringo sticking a trading post that far up the road. Wow. That's a madman right there. That's in Rommel's space, too. He thinks that trading post is going to last very long. Unbelievable. It's really going bold with the XP desires, yeah. Can't blame him, though, because then he can basically stagecoach that one and really get a lot of resources off of it, pretty much, yeah. We're almost just going to turtle inwards. But Rommel should trying to figure this out. Would that be enough range to target that trading post with the readout? Maybe. Because if he could, that'd actually be not a bad move, honestly. No. Because you can actually take this readout and target buildings with it. Something that you can't do in the Legacy game, and I don't think you can do in Definitive Edition either, is actually use buildings to attack buildings. Just like you could in Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 1 and 2, I believe, yeah. I don't know why they don't let you do that in AoE 3, like take a fort and like target a forward barracks that somebody's placing underneath it or whatever. Nah. Ooh, Musketeros. So he is doing assault. He's probably trying to do a bit of raiding there with them. Also picking up the counter marking for the mining, it looks like. See, with all this map control Viringo can enjoy, he will be able to like eat up so many mines on this map using counter marking and the bimetallism or whatever it's called. Basically propping up his mining rate by 40% between those two, and then if you count Casa de Moneda, then it's really 65% improved mining off of those sources. Yeah, Viringo's about ready to go to age 4 now. Probably to go with the Irish immigrants, I would imagine. That way he can sort of get that big batch of Fenians and start raiding with them. Wow, yeah, hunted down that immigrant worker very quickly, it looks like. Other barracks. Yeah, watch those idols really carefully. Definitely don't want to idle too much there, pretty much. Yeah, Viringo, Rommel's not going to let him just get away with a TP right down his neck like that. That's way too embarrassing to fall into, pretty much. Yeah. Definitely. Now, what's going to happen over here, though, is because you're doing everything over there, Viringo's going to get another clean sweep on this side with his Mushateros. Here comes the Juanitos. Juanitos Bonitos. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, if he could take out the Karatero, that's actually really mean, because you can't retrain these if you lose them. Oh, he got rid of the Karatero. That is painful. That's actually going to hurt Rommel's gather right now, because he doesn't have it. Does Rommel have any in the deck? Yeah, he's got this one and this one. All right, because basically you can get more Karateros, but you have to ship them in like this, pretty much. Yeah, it's the only way you can get them. Back in the ancient days of Wars of Liberty, more Juanitos. Yeah, Juanito Wars. That's what we're here for. Juanito Wars. Yeah. Back in the ancient days of Central America, when they were first released, they had this weird system where basically they would train the wagons, the Karateros, and then they would turn into a natural resource and spawn a villager on the side of the resource. So yeah, basically originally the Honaros were basically like a random wagon that would turn into a villager and a resource, and then eventually they were turned into actual villagers that could actually gather and do stuff. So that was kind of a fun evolution of Central America. Oh, big time, yeah. What upgrade is this? Veteran Conscripto, right? Yep. Veteran Musket. I don't know against Viringo, though. He's going to be playing very similar to Omar with the skirms. His Juanitas muy bonitas. How many vills is Viringo on? About 38, 37, 38. And Rommel. $25. So actually, Viringo's actually way ahead right now. It's gonna start making escoltas now. These are heavy cavalry. Yep, we saw them in the Ungurs game earlier. They have their really good multipliers of 3x against heavy infantry, and they will be great for grinding Rommel's conscriptos pretty easily. Assuming Viringo can get a good number of them. If he sends too little of them, yeah, they're not going to do too well. But if you get a big bowl of them to overwhelm wherever the conscripts are, then yeah, they'll usually perform very well at those types of things. Some more Juanitas muy bonitas. Chatel, that one I believe helps you with your mining and your wood chopping. Improves it by about 10% I believe each. Did he get his bimetallism yet? Yep. So he's going like full eco on the map. Full map greed with resources. Some more houses it looks like. Got some more más escotas, see? And las Juanitas muy bonitas.
escucho.
¿Órdenes?
Órdenes.
I'm gonna use this theory.
Señor.
Just trying to compare that to what Rommel has here. What has Rommel got? Rommel has a bit of conscripts, some units, moon children, some artillery. He really doesn't have a lot of army right now. I mean, it was smart for him to go unit, but I don't think at the moment he has quite enough to make it really work super well. Now Viringo's going to ship in about 1,000 coin. And that's actually getting some rating in. No, they completely missed the mark and targeted the wrong one. He actually loses a unit himself in the retreat, which is pretty hilarious. Because Rommel should have gone to Vil kill there, but he ended up taking the thing instead. Yeah. Natural medicine, second HP upgrade for your Vils.
Órdenes.
Spice trade coming out on Rommel's side. He's using the Republic Bananiera deck again. Basically bananas, and más bananas. Yep. Everyone loves bananas. Really good gather rate compared to mill. You know, especially when you have all the cards for it. You got the furrier, you got the farming, you got the spice trade, and you got the refurge. So it's going to be some really good gather rate there for Rommel to do. Would be actually really cool if Central America got the Chinese. Yeah, I would actually really like that. Because then you could go H2 Chinese, pick up their natural resource gathering cards, plus the Chinese villas themselves are good on natural resources. That'd be a good synergy. Maybe they should think about getting rid of the Scandinavians and giving them like Chinese or something. That I would like. Central American Chinese. Comanche trade language. It's always a pretty good technology to get on maps with the Comanche because it reduces the coin cost of your technologies. Rommel trying to raid again with the Unets, it looks like. However, he's got Las Juanitas Muy Bonitas on his tail. How is Rommel missing all the targeting on the raids? He's like missing every single one. Yeah. I'm like, oh, he's going to get a Vil. And it's like, no, you're not getting a Vils. What's going on, Juanito? You doing okay? Okay, Juanito Bonito? Yeah? Yeah. Las Juanitas muy bonitas. Paid some ransom to get the Explorer back. I'm assuming Viringo's ready for Age 4 very soon, yeah. Seems to be doing some artisanal cannons right now, so a bit of artillery there. Rommel, on the other hand, is going full maneuver between the Comanches and his units. And some Lanceros in too. Be it unupgraded. When you do big stacks of Escoltas, it's always very dangerous regardless. Because all it takes is for the Juanitas to target down most of the units, and then everything else is going to be a very easy target for them. Even the Lanceros will be in danger because the Escolts have that hand armor, so they can actually resist the Lanceros' damage pretty effectively. Yeah. Looks like siege in the tower there. Probably gonna siege this one next, it looks like.
Preparado.
It's gonna have to. Who's gonna gather on this one? It's kind of just in there. Unless he's moving Juanitos and Juanitas in that direction to build it. Should have the Chinese workers on the wood, since they do better on natural resources. Casa de Moneda for some extra coin. We're almost going to age 4 with the Confederate wave, so this is kind of his recipe. Go Scandi 1, Scandi 2, and then go No, he went Scandi, Polish, and then CSA. So he's looking to max out on his immigrant options between the Danube Legion here, the ski troopers here, and then the filibusters and dynamite cans from the CSA went after that. Yeah.
Escucho.
Let's go siege from this side, which is the least in. Well, wait a second. Yeah, there's like 2 towers here, and there's only 1 over here, so this is technically the easier side to invade, I guess. Gonna force Rommel to go back on the defensive now, though. With so many cannons, he'll actually be able to take out that TC rather quickly. Las Juanitas muy bonitas de work, yep.
Diga.
Escucho.
Yep, units. Viringo needs to make sure his Juanitas are focused on the units first. Because it's going to be up to the Escoltas to protect his skirms mostly. I think he's done it. I think he's made the mark that he needed to, yeah. Still has a good amount of his artillery too, which is pretty neat. Yeah, it's gonna start sieging at the houses there, yep. Nice siege on the tower. Good push by Viringo, honestly.
Aún no estoy muerto.
Barracks going down now. What can Rommel even do against this? So basically what he's going to try to do from what it looks like is just spamming up the Lanceros and the Dynamite Cans. Dynamite Cans are big game changers in defense. If you can get a good blast from the Dynamite Cans, you're usually in pretty good shape. He's going to pop them out from right about here. Try to get some good good volleys out of them. But the thing is, he's going to have to get the Escoltas away, though. The Escoltas will directly threaten the Dynamite Can safety, pretty much.
Yes, sir. En posición.
Would be funny if he got some Vills up here to forward base with, too. Yeah. Oh, the Dynamite Cans. Watch out for those things. They actually don't have any malices at all, so they deal full damage to everything, pretty much. Very good. Very good defense by Rommel there. It's going to send the Juanito into a retreat now.
Aún no estoy muerto.
Now, Viringo's going to be going to H4 now, probably to get the guard Escolta upgrade. And maybe even upgrade his Juanitas Bonitas to La Bonus. Yeah, La Bonus. Now, Viringo's going to have to make the white cannons to basically act as the culverins against the Dynamite Cans. White cannons compared to Volantes are much more similar to the European cans, and that they have enough range to basically down the artillery easier. Yeah. About 4 pop. There they are right now. They get a really good range of about 38. So they can definitely reach the range of those dynamite cans rather easily. By about 10.
Artillería lista.
This is the point of the match where Viringo starts running around the map with exploding carts to take out key targets. Yeah. Would be insane if he could get the pull of Deca down in one of these immigrant colonies with it. Would do him a pretty good service, pretty much, yeah. Get that done.
Munición lista.
Oh, Rommel knows what's coming. He put a wall in front of him. Look at that. Cheeky Juanito doing the right thing. Yep, blasted the wall down. One shot. Now, Rommel has a chance to intercept this, will he, though? He's got the Lancers there. Lancers will save the day. Juanito. It's not going to get anything now. He did get he got that down. That's something. Get points for something there. Now, this is like what you see in Age of Empires 2 with the trebuchets. Building these boxed walls around your trebs to target things, like castles in Siege. That's what Viringo's doing with his grief cans here right now.
Guns ready. I'm listening.
Ooh, boy, yep, and then he's going to probably back it up towards here, right? Yeah. Very interesting. trying to set up the walls a certain way here to make it hard to come in, I guess.
Bye. Nitaita.
Going again with the exploring carts, also picking up to the last cartridge. So the last cartridge is actually a card that replaces one of the parts of the grave bonus that Peru gets. The speed bonus upon death with an attack one. So instead of your units being able to run away from a fight if one of them dies, it instead sets it up so your units will actually deal more damage. So they'll take more of a hard vengeance against the enemy for attacking your stuff, pretty much. Yeah. Ooh, Rommel upgraded these to the Sabaneros. Royal Guard Lanceros. Sabaneros, Royal Guard Lanceros. That will be very dangerous. I don't think Viringo even has his Pardos ready yet to defend against that. Definitely not. Bonitos Sabaneros. Waiting to the TC. He's already got Guard Pardo, actually, so not quite as helpless as I thought there. No. Rommel's, in fact, going to be ready to get the Imperial upgrade on his Lanceros, too, which is even worse.
En posición. Dígame, patrón. Sí, mi general.
Barracks investment, weaponry 1.
Señor.
Basically, what this set of investments will do is it will be a trade-off. It will slow down the rate of fire on the Vivenderos and the Pardos, but it will increase their multipliers. So they'll end up doing more damage to their counters, pretty much.
Escucho.
Eventually, what you get is Pardos with 6x against Cav instead of just 5.
Órdenes. Artillería lista.
You could... almost got that down, yeah.
En posición.
Should try to get these up to Imperial now, these Lanceros. Kind of sealed the deal for himself, yeah. Here's the coolies now, yep.
Sí, mi general.
Manitas bonitas. There's the Imperial Sabaneros upgrade. Distinguished. Oh boy, here we go. Yep.
All right. En posición. Yes, sir. Guns ready. Yes, sir. Guns ready. Dígame, patrón. Sí, mi general.
Yeah, I don't think you should really tempt him there, Viringo. Well, actually, no, he's got the spearman, right? Yeah. Alright, now he's got... Oh, yep, send the spearman on him. Yep. Oh, he's gonna come around, though. He's not falling for that trick. There, Viringo. Oh, no, not the sappers. The coolies. The shovel boys. Forget about shuffleboard. Play shovelboard. He's gonna ruin his whole entire... Everything's gonna get destroyed by this man. He's gonna ruin this man's career with these things. His career is ruined. That's how you ruin a man's career right there. Big time. That was interesting. Yeah. I mean, the fact that he's getting the TCs down is really, really bad and significant. He's getting the TCs down. He's going to destroy the houses now. Immigrant colony is gone now. This is really bad damage to Rommel's base. He's like eating his entire base with these shovels. Everything is just gone now. Everything is gone. The entire base is just uplifted right now. He can come back and cancel that, though, if he wants. Oh, he's going to do it again. Just wait for him. The lad's going to do it again. Oh, no. Oh, no, Rommel. Ugh. How much wood does Rommel got? Yeah, he's going to need a little bit more wood before he can. That was actually unreal what he just did to him. And now Viringo's going to attack him with a timing attack and just completely blindside him now. That's what's going to happen. Because if he can wipe out all of his Lanceros and like press him in the base, that's like fatal. Nah, you should just go through here and go through the middle. See, all these walls is going to stall Rommel now. He's going to get completely blindsided by all those walls, and then, yeah. See, this is bad because now Viringo can target those with the white cannons. He's gonna get him from behind with the spearmen, or nah. He knows about, right? He knows about the dynamite cans. He sees it now. He can see it right there. If he falls into that, that'll be pretty bad. And Rommel, why didn't he could have targeted that big time. Yeah, see, now his base is completely bared at this point, dry and bared at this point. That's like really... The Rommel base is completely cleaned out now. He cannot afford this type of thing in his base. Viringo, though, has infrastructure. He can hold out for a while. That is not good. Because where's Rommel going to go now with all that? It's like impossible. And now he's going to meet him back here and start pushing back. Let the Juanitas Bonitas do the siege. Because here's the thing, believe it or not, there's actually a advanced arsenal tech for skirmishers of Latin America that actually gives them a multiplier against buildings, improving their siege. So Vivinderos can actually be somewhat okay on sieging buildings by themselves, as long as that tech is researched through advanced arsenal. Wow. Now the Pardos... Yep, the Pardos are going to win now. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. All those white cans need to do now is basically just target the dynamites, and he's all set. Oh, he's gonna get 2 of them. He's gonna get 2 of the, and then he's gonna get that one next, and then he's gonna get those ones next. Yep. That's why this match is called TNT right here. Dynamite. That's why. Yep. And now the Pardos are gonna eat through all the Lanceros, right? Basically, yep. Yeah, I think Viringo did it. His whole cav majority is gone now. Yep. Now he's just gonna group in more spearmen here now. Yeah. These aren't even Imperial Pardos. These are just guard ones. He doesn't even have that plus 50% tapped onto him yet. Imagine if he did. That would have been a clean sweep right there. Yeah. And he's sieging all the houses over here too. The problem is Rommel doesn't have any more production. Yep, he has to resign now. Because he has no production buildings, and Viringo does right over here. So yeah, that was a big surprise. That was a big surprise right there, that one. I don't know about that. Yep. Military pop. Resources. And then on to the next one, we got shipments. Oh yeah, that was a really good match overall, that one. GG Perukistan. Yeah, Perukistan. Alright, let's go on to the next one now. Let's see what the next one is in the list. What will this one be called? What is the recording's name in the list? It is called Egypt is Fast Fortress Calatelo. Chile versus Germany. Okay, we'll do that one next. Alright, let's do that. Record games. Fast Fortress Calatelo. Let's do that one now. They must have disconnected or something. Okay. So basically this will be like a 1v1 or something between Omar and Rommel. Okay. I didn't know you could do Fast Fortress into the Carreteras Banditas of Chile. Pretty interesting. If that's like a legit build, I ought to try something like that. Because basically, if you didn't know already, Chile can actually access war wagons as their ultimate unit, the Carretera Baleta, from their ultimate build in the Salvatierra. Which normally the building will just produce crates over time for free that you choose, either food crates, wood crates, or coin crates. But as a unit that can be trained there, it can make the Caleta Baleta. Yeah, so basically just a war wagon, pretty much. Because as you know, Germany doesn't have war wagons anymore. They use regular dragoons. It's currently the only war wagon in the game right now that you can technically access. Yeah, I believe at some point they're actually going to give war wagons to Korea. Again, because I think a long time ago, Hoopy did some research on 19th century Korea, and they actually did use war wagons in that time period, so I was thinking of maybe giving them war wagons of one of their wonders as an ultimate unit. That would actually be quite good, because then it would make that Korea feel like the true Age of Empires to medieval experience and being able to make those medieval potato trucks once more. Yeah. Anyways, we got Chile here versus Germany. And big thing here is going to see how well these war wagons do against the Germans have pretty much. Overall, Chile does better the later in the game that they are, because as you know, these Rotos, the Chilean villagers, get a special bonus where they get extra added effect from gathering technologies. So if you research hunting dogs on them, they'll be improved hunting by 15% instead of 10. Steel traps will improve them by like 25%. Same thing with mining, wood chopping, plantation, hacienda, all of those. And the cards too. But here's the catch. When you research those techs, the affected resource that the gather rate has something to do with will be tacked onto the cost of the villagers. So if you get a wood chopping upgrade as Chile, Rotos will start to cost a bit of wood. If you get a coin one, they'll start to cost a bit of coin. And if you do food, well, the food cost will jump bigger than it normally is. So not only is it important to get technologies as Chile, it's important to get technologies as Chile when we know our Rotos are not going to die very quickly. You know, that's basically it. You know, you don't want that to happen. You don't want to be in a situation where you just got like 5 eco techs back to back and Hussars come on in and sweep them under the rug. Because then you have to pay all those extra resources to get the vills back, which you might not have, or you might not want to pay them, you know. That's basically it. So what do you get first here? You get Arab Wave. Totally accurate. That's probably the best one to do. Chile is really synergized towards going Arab usually. Not only for eco perks, but also generally defensively too. Because then you can make the Gallegos, which are basically based off the stats of the Jundi Musketeer of the future. So, get about 6 Gallegos with, they actually do quite a bit of good damage, you know. Not quite as much as the recruits, but they actually do have a bit more HP than the recruits, which is also good, and yeah, pretty much. It's like the Arab Wave will almost be done. I'm assuming Germany's going with the Bürger, right, for 4 coin. Yep, 4 silver coin crates. Sounds very good to me. Now, what I think it's going to come down to here is if Omar can make enough skirms to deal with those war wagons from Chile. It's probably going to be the situation we're going to run into here. At least that's what I think. Yeah. It's at least the way I think it's going to go down. Pretty much, yeah. Where are those vills going to go to now?
Aufgabe?
Hallo? Jäger.
700 wood.
Ja.
800 coin. Basically, Chile gets an extra 100 resource crate with their shipments. So really, 700 coin is actually 800 coin, and then 700 wood is actually 800 wood. Yeah. And then all these other cards, too, will give you like a random crate. Like Desert Attack gives you 100 coin. This gives you 100 food, 100 wood, 100 wood, 100 wood. Yeah. And there's even some cards that will actually give you 100 XP crate too. which is kind of rare, but they will. So what's the age up? German wave next. Oh, interesting. So basically use the coin from the Arabs plus the crate coin to get a fast fortress going. And what do you do then? Then you get the Salitrera after that. Ogia Salitrero. Yeah. Yeah, that's a build I might want to try, actually. Particularly in these 2v2 games. That's a new way of doing Chile that I think might be competitive in team. Comes the wood. You're a merchant.
Ja, wird gemacht. Verstanden. Hallo?
Salitrero or what? Trying to figure out what card it's gonna get. This one, right? Yep. Here we go. More wagons. By the way, this technology is actually free here because when you go up with German immigrants past, if you start with German immigrants in any age, you get a tower, right, as part of that. If you get it later than age 2, so if you're going from age 2 to 3, you get the first tower upgrade for free. You just have to research it manually. And if you wait till age 4 to go Germans, then you'll actually get both tower upgrades for free. That you, as long as you like click on it manually, it'll do it for free. It's a really good way to turtle, you know, holding off on Germany till as late as possible. On the contrary, if you go German immigrants the whole time, the whole game, then you'll get a fort wagon in age 4, which is another good thing too. So that way, if you don't have any forts in your deck, I mean this one does, but if you don't have forts in your deck, you'll be able to actually get them. Here's the Salitrera. Question is, what crates is he going to get? I'm assuming it's going to be coin, but I'm not too sure. Oh, going for the breweries. That'll give you about 3 coin works. Those wonderful Paraguayan buildings that trickle resources, but they cost population. Yeah. They can be upgraded, though, which is neat. Got about 3 upgrades possible. Yeah, so I will go with coin crates, it looks like. Omar's going skirmisher, right? Yeah, I'm presuming at this point it's going to switch to skirm. It's got the line of line infantry, though, on defense. Oh, wow, again, hunts in his allies' base. Not bad. So where are those caletas baletas that we were promised? Definitely a four. Oh, no, that's Omar. Zico. I was... Yeah, Rommel? Yeah, he's getting them. He's getting them. Alright. He's also going to be shipping in battalions of Bloomer legions. German skirmishers. Chilean Ultimate Unit. There's the Chilean war wagons. There they are. Very good. As you can see, they do a lot of damage overall. 52 range damage, not bad. Also has some Juanitas muy bonitas too.
Cool.
Ich bin verwundet und kann mich nicht bewegen.
Yep, since they're an ultimate unit though, they have a build limit, so you can only have about 15 of them max, pretty much. Some more bloomers as well.
¿Qué pasa?
Bereit.
Ordene.
So basically, these skirms are supposed to be tankier in hit points from what I see, 253 HP, versus whatever the European ones get. It's quite good, actually. Stuttgart Manufacturing basically gives you a factory wagon and a cannon. Yeah. Wow, doing a good amount of raiding there with the war wagons. Yeah, and is now going to tack on the guard upgrade too. That'll be even spicier now.
What is it?
Military Prussianization. That will actually cheapen the cost of all the military upgrades by, I believe, about 30%.
Include.
Making the guard upgrade on the war wagons even easier to get then. Yeah. That's a lot of Krupp steel cans you got right there. Those will be really useful. Well, they're mostly culverins. They also have multipliers against buildings too, so they'll be great for actually sieging the base as well once the artillery is gone. He seems to be aiming them properly towards the steel gun there. Yep, these are guard now, so they're doing a lot of damage pretty much, yeah.
Ich bin verwundet und kann mich nicht bewegen.
Aún tenemos patria, ciudadano.
Yeah, basically these croup steel cans are going to demolish all those buildings very easily.
Und kann mich nicht bewegen.
One or two more volleys and that TC will be down. Upgrade is bonitas bonitas to las cantoneras. Oh, GG, well played on that one. Yeah. Big time. Very good one. Nice, nice, nice. I want to do the question mark one now since we showed that one on the thumbnail for the stream. Let me go find the question mark one now. Boot that one up next. Find it here. This one. Surprisingly, the recording file works, which is great. So we don't know what civs are actually going to be in this one until we find out. No, I'm not going to do that one. I'm not going to waste my time doing that one then. Let's do another one then. I usually don't like to cast games that I'm already part of them. I'd rather let other people cast that stuff. Because if I think it's a good match, I'll usually just upload it on my channel or whatever. So, let's do another one then. What's the next one that Rommel had on here that we could look at? Chile, Portugal, British versus Bolivia, Central America, Germany. Fuerza Militamo Vulbiliana or something. I don't know. Let's do that one. That one looks fun. Oh, interesting. So what map is this? Good morning, Vietnam. Yeah, this is Isak, Vietnam. Yeah, okay. Pretty good map. So who we got here? We got Aladdin with Chile. Kaiser is running Portugal. And yep, this is Aladdin right there running Chile. Got Kaiser running Portugal, and who's Omar? Omar's doing British. And on the other side, who do we got? Meadow running Germany. Kazan doing Bolivia. And Rommel doing Central America. Okay, this should be a pretty interesting one. Now, this is Vietnam here. So over on this side, you got the Pacific Ocean. And over here, you got all the land. In terms of natives, you got about 2 Zen natives, and you got about 2 of the Shaolin natives. So quite a bit of native spam here for Bolivia to use. I think Bolivia is going to be the wild card we want to watch out for here, because Bolivia, loves to spam native warriors. They have really a lot of cards for that sort of thing. And especially now, considering they have really good cards to get more natives now, these new ones, Guarani Alliance and Aymara Alliance. Aymara Alliance allows you to make the Bolas Riders, and Guarani allows you to make the Guarani Kachaman Skirmishers. Because before, basically, the only native that you got by default as Bolivia was the Kiaruna, of course. The only official native that was. For a while, they had that broken glitch that Mandalore put in where you could get the secret native one with the pickaxe. The secret native with the pickaxe that could siege stuff and everything. But since, he was gone for the team for a while, they decided, oh yeah, we're not gonna keep that anymore, because that was meant as a meme. And yeah, it's still available in the scenario editor. You just can't train it anymore in the game. You had this weird combo of things you had to do to unlock it, pretty much. Yeah, you needed to send 6 to 7 specific cards, have a trading post, and build a certain building, and then it would appear. Kind of crazy, actually. Now, you might be asking, how does Kazan have almost 2 shipments already? Well, that's because he sent a card called Mother's Day, which basically upgrades the Explorer and then gives you the shipment right back to spend on something else. So, yeah, it's like Mama giving you a basket full of chocolate chip cookies, basically, in the form of a shipment. Yeah. Now, this is interesting. He goes Virgin Forest followed by Carpentry. Okay, now that's kind of fascinating. I'm actually a bit interested in that setup there. Yeah. Kind of liking it. Not going to lie. It does have all the native upgrade cards, too, here. Palenque for training. Native Militia for the costs. Roman Conscription to get the Kairuna build limit up. Has all the combat cards, so I mean, this might be something worth looking at, honestly, yeah. Heroes de Tambillo. Because this, even though this is not a native, the Franca Tiradore, it's energized as well with natives because it also costs food and wood. It's a mounted early skirm, so yeah, it's good to get this card because it will allow you to actually access the Garden Imperial upgrades on the Cav, and it will also give it +2 range. So, basically similar range profile is the Eclipse. Yeah, pretty much, yep. Yep, Croatian wave, it looks like, for Bolivia. That's a pretty popular one for Bolivia. You know, most people wouldn't normally go with the Croats because they really don't have too many appealing early military options, but their age up does give you 300 wood, which for a native focused civ is actually really nice to have. Yeah, really nice to have.
Estoy lista. Not that seed.
80 coin. Putting up the native embassy, it looks like, there. Germany's putting up the outposts, barracks. Rommel has his barracks here, so they're going to go for a rush, it looks like. Bit of aggression, which I think is a pretty good idea overall. What about the other side, though? What's the other side going to do? Well, Portugal can play this different ways, as you know. They can sort of turtle with their 2 town centers, or they can decide to go more expansionist and put the town center in a further spot to get the villages there to the mines and the hunts a bit easier. Now, whatever happens here, Kaiser, Aladdin, and Omar are going to have to come up with a proper defense here to deal with this. Seems like Aladdin has vehicles, he's got some artisanal cans, and he's sent the battalion of the Gallegos from the Arab colony. So a mixture of anti-cav with a bit of artillery. Portugal does have a barracks, so they can actually get some infantry out too in a quick defense. And on the other side here, is British really doing anything yet? Doesn't look like it. But we'll have to pay attention to that. He is shipping about 3 cherry bums. These are basically British Hussars, unique Hussars, since the British and Wars of Liberty have a fully unique unit-based roster. The cherry bums have the resource cost flipped on them, so they actually only cost about 80 food, but their coin cost is 120. Also, they have less hit points than a Hussar, but they have more movement speed. Because if you look at the movement speed, it's actually about 7.25, so these move very, very quickly. They just don't survive that long in sustained melee, so it's really not good for them to do a sustained fight, but if they can target things very quickly like villagers and so forth, that's usually recommended. Portugal goes up to age 3, granting them some cazadores through the gunsmith politician. They'll be able to make more cazadores right away from their barracks too, since it's already there. Where are these TCs going to go? So it looks like one goes over here. One goes over there. Alright. And every time Portugal ages up, they get a free fishing boat in Wars of Liberty. So that means 2 fishing boats on Wales for Kaiser, even though he doesn't even have a dock established yet. So that's really good. Really, really good, actually. What's going on with this attack? So it looks like Rommel this time will go with Escopeteros. And Bolivia is going to be doing the Kiruna Musketeers, the native ones. And Germany's just sticking to good old line infantry. Which, you know, I can't fault them for that. Line infantry is a great way to play Germany, usually. Also, adding in some Musketeros as well. He is currently Los Altos, it looks like, from the flag there. So, a lot of infantry options, it looks like. These Gallegos are kind of getting overwhelmed a bit here, so they might have to have the team come to that spot to help a little bit, yeah. Here comes the Cazadores, though, with the artillery. This will be a really nice support. Looks like Chile is smart enough to target the cannons first, so he doesn't have to deal with those anymore. Very good. That was a very good defense there by Kaiser with his Cazadores to support Chile in their defense. Just have to clean up those Kirunas there. I see he does have some of those Guarani Kachaman there. Now, these are basically Guarani skirm, native skirms that have this Dukkha suffering type negative aura where they slow down enemy units near them pretty much. To the point that it's easier to chase them down when you're trying to go after them. Works really well with cavalry, as you can imagine. Looks like that defense is going pretty good, yeah. Meadow going for a raid almost, it seems like. That.
Dear God, I've been hit! Send for the medics!
Good use of the Cazadores there. Boy, is Kazan really fish booming up there. Look at that. Look at all the fishing boats he's on right now. Actually, he's going to get Palanque now to make the training rate on the natives a bit faster. Which will be pretty good for the upcoming battles. Going up with second Croat, which will actually give him a... Oh, interesting. So I think that might be the theme of this match. Basically, with this, you get a Falkuza, which is a Croatian red-sailed boat that can train mourner sailors from it. So you can actually stick it on the dock somewhere over here, and then you'll be able to make the mourner sailors pretty much. Yeah. Pretty neat, actually. How's Portugal doing in the resource count? Alright, so they're still sort of queuing off one TC. Has Refridge, Royal Mint, Eco Theory, so a bit of eco cards there. Alright. Kaiser doing Dragoon Cazador. Alden doing Galego Civigo. What's British gonna offer? British has their shipment of 2 Falcons on the front. There's the Falkuza right there. Start changing with that barracks, yep. Seems like right now they're trying to get an offensive on them before they develop too much in that area, yeah. Rommel and Kazan grouping together to prepare a counter assault, it looks like. Meadow, I would say, probably of the 3 is the weakest link of the team, so they're probably going to target on him first and see what the other 2 do to counterattack. Yep, this banana deck of Rommel is really working wonders with this food eco. Yeah, pretty much. They're gonna go for Chile, it looks like. Oh no, get that wagon somewhere in the back over there right now. Yeah. Copying Rommel in his footsteps with his war wagons. Oh no, Aladdin, Juanito. Juanito, no. Juanito. Juanito. Just lost your ultimate build for free. And just so you know, too, with Bolivia, they essentially have to get their Sociedad Folklorica to actually be able to research native warrior upgrades on their Aymaras and their Guaranis. So for the time being, they're basically just going to be base statted, except for like upgrade cards and stuff, yeah. Also, Mushateros join in too. Attacking some of the Aldinos there, yep. Also, we're going to see the Falcuza be used at all to make some mourners here. That'd be a good addition as well. Yeah, the Cazadors are going to be the main wall defense here, I can imagine, against all this. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, here comes the Falcuza to make the mourners. Is he gonna lose that ship, it looks like? Yeah. Oof, that's a waste of a ship. And there's gonna go third Croatian wave now. Looks like. British doing rockets, that's going to be a really good way to push back now. Yeah. Might want to pull out with those Mushateros and Juanitas Bonitas while you can, Rommel. The thing that makes the Cazadors better in this matchup is basically the fact that they have the better armor, 50% armor, so they're able to tank like half the damage of these bullets pretty much. So instead of 18 damage, it's rather like they're dealing with 9 damage, which is quite a bit less. This is the moment we were sort of waiting for a while. Green actually starting to go for the natives on the map. So the Zen natives, which are pikemen, and then the rattan shields, which are gonna be the... Wait a minute, why would Meadow take his natives? Dude, you're not supposed to have these. Let Kazan use them. They can get like double the build limit of them. That was a big blunder. Big blunder, man. Yeah. Eldon is very low score, 77, so he got completely demolished there. However, it looks like Omar might be able to build a pretty decent wall of rockets to try to defend all that. Oh, right into the redcoats. Oof. Yeah, that's not good. One interesting fact about the redcoats, though, they actually don't have any armor. They get stronger stats, but they don't get armor. Yeah, pretty much. Why is he getting this? Does he have like Daza shipments or something? I just don't know why he's researching a Grenadier upgrade if he's not going to be using Grenadiers this game. Rommel going full Royal Guard with the Musketeros, the Auxilio Cívicos. Yeah. We'll cap it off with some dynamite cans, it looks like. So this is really going to be Omar's solution here, is just to spam Congreve rockets at him. If he's going to do that, I hope he makes sure he stays in formation. Yeah, because that's the thing. If you're like playing like me and Omar and Shadow Strike were doing arena the other day, you gotta make sure when you have this much heavy artillery that you're defending your allies' stuff too, and they're defending your stuff. Because if you just run with a big wall of rockets like that and some redcoats, all they have to do is just run around with these Rommel Auxilio Cívicos, and then all the rockets are gone. And you know how long it takes to like replace them? It takes a pretty long time, you know. It's not like you can train them from your foundry or anything. So you have to wait for them to come out of the factories. Nice sneak attack there by Omar. Because now this is going to give Kaiser mainly a chance to deal with them on his own and keep Green out of the fight for a while. Yeah. What'll happen if he can... Oh, interesting. So he's got falconets there. Alright. Omar will have to make sure he's paying attention though, so he doesn't get his rockets targeted. Oh, he's gonna come in from behind, is that right? Yeah. These natives are going deep now. Big time. Good way to force their villagers to retreat. Oh, they're getting the factories. That's never a good sign. Normally when your factories are being targeted, that's a sign that you're going to be defeated really soon. Yeah, that's just generally a rule of thumb. The main advantage of doing Bolivia is numbers, mainly numbers, native numbers. With Bolivia, you can usually get big armies of probably like 400, 600 units, depending on the map. It's quite good. Yeah, well, when you combine all the native units together, it leads to a very large army. And then, of course, for your 200 pop, you can do a number of things. If you're looking for just food and wood, you can do Francotirador, Pardo, and Mushatero. If you're looking for coin, you would be doing the Escoltas, Unettes, Lanceros, or the Juanitas, Bonitas, Las Vivineros, yeah.
Recuperemos la Federación. Gracias.
Omar with Imperial rockets right now, yeah.
Ready and eager, sir.
You might be going for Great War Age, knowing Omar. Would be a sneaky trick, we'll say that.
La posteridad me hará justicia.
Ooh, got the borders. Very good. Good rocket targeting there by Omar. Fortunately, though, it looks like Meadow did get some culverins mixed in. Omar needs to target a bit better onto the artillery, though, I think. Probably, yeah. So now he's going to lose a lot of rockets there. Oh, Rommel's got heavy artillery, the dynamites. Good stop there by Omar. Forcing the dynamite cannons back. Just getting the Imperial upgrade on the redcoats now, too. Oh, he's spamming the infinite shipment. Oh, yeah. If you do that, the rocket spamming is much more feasible, usually.
¿Oís? Where Scythe Enval. Fire, Dim. I will. Fire at will.
Regiments on foot reporting.
Oof. Talk about running into a bad situation. Talk about deforestation, actually. Yeah.
What needs doing?
Frontier Cavalry. Well, that's sort of good because of the Mushataro problem. Yeah. Alright, I understand with that one. Good. Finally let Kazan take all the native sites. That's good. Always spamming filibusters with that card. Bolivian Syndicate, where you can train the filibusters from your immigrant colonies. GG. Well played. Nice match. Very good one, actually. Yeah, that was a good stream. Yeah, big time. 100%. Yeah, so, guess I gotta go do some work stuff now for the morning. I don't know when we'll stream again, either the weekend or, Tuesday. Yeah, sounds like a plan to me. Yep, alright. Well, we'll see you then. Sign off now. GG, well played, everybody. Some good games today, and also the ones we didn't get to, mainly Viringo and Omar ones and Meta ones. We'll get to those ones next week. If you can get me a lot of good recordings on today, tomorrow, next day, and Tuesday, then yeah, we might be able to do another Cast of Games stream on Tuesday. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun, right? Oh yeah, big time. Get some more of these in so we can learn some more wolf strategies and everything. Yeah. See you then.